Ini kena senata kado Untitled di ado nasa senata delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Oh yeah, pena. Craigie the mobis kana nana ado jona go Craigie. Adon hitin Craigie shamano sa he. Jona kana ado jono sin ke o ato le Craigie shik edo shitin ado the nebinat kept me cleaning yat pena ado budget financial Nathaniel Brown decision ado Toba Hunch long look up basis chain K Ani decision ado the sana decision adon de nesha is the gay le chichin bit ho so in le the yogurt the bank head ado then hot a Craigie cash the shamakodo da kre ikodo yo ke that the le ship can hadol jasha ado to the next in the thinking part of the other sujet adin kidney nas j ko yat ben ado landa inkinan sujet adon they Asia could oyat ben in the swing on soda yeah
She kena kado Untitled di ado senata delegate Elmer PBK. Delegate Elmer PBK. I can hear you.
I guess not. Yati to Jerhenio. Members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Quebec Kega is actually near the hitting is the Nikit. So I had this. Other staff and the needle where do other stage though. Cotton hunt. Other other they not signed on the floor. Yet a listen they need in Chicago at on National Bank is for this. They do Elmer BBK decision. I don't mention last as a top on slow. For the tree, the buses chain sit matching the tree, class tree, that's another. Around the Panashade, a young day down. What's in the darkness around 18? Around Tohachile, Ado. Like about okay, the door around down to which we talk at the Banashako. Yet, invitation on for Nana, Ado. She had all Hanadi place. Yes, and Zono, good, and so
She kena senata kado Untitled di ado she shahalji so ado she
Chairman Daniel?
oh senata.
I'm sorry, this is Delegate Crotty. I just want, I'm now knowing that Delegate Elmer Begay is on the line, I just wanted to send a condolence to him and his community. We did hear about the young student who lost their life yesterday in the Holbrook School District. So we just want to send our condolence and healing prayers to you. Yes, thank you for being on the line. Thank you, Chairman.
Oh, Deja.
Oh, kena kado senata by thinking snegi adana the hotina ado nache kado ya ni citizenship ni private Disney so ado shana delegate Elmer PBK as a hada ko hotini edi banete ni to ado yeah na so na hold just so senata delegate Elmer PBK. Oh, as so the hunting day, senata nandish ato.
Oh, okay, no. Although seems to be any yai. Mother is the end then she on Saturdays and the corner is a parent or being a parent and to the schools and that you go. And people think that they say listen to their prayers, the first day after school, the first day you will let your child go into school. You will see her and him going to the bus. They leave, whatever goes down the road, even though you cannot see anymore, you stand there, down and that's how their prayers are. That all the parents that are there, and then also the grandparents to the schools. Not only there, actually, a whole side on their condolence. I'll go pass it along. They go. So they go. Also, they go. Yeah, this is on Sunday.
She can listen to other the sisters, the Sunday for that Christian aging to the Hagoya in the dot taking. When you count that could so that even a Jaya could share listening short with the chin, but it's seen. Book it clean that provides additionally that echo. Other could I chair budget finance committee additional could be each month other torch little is sort of traction. Other for the shop the each month on it cleaning. I could echo so I can't not other people in it not on it lorry back here on it. Even a Jay could in a kid or for those staff, you can't get to his case. I'll take you, Mr. Peggy Nakai.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Good morning. Shay Peggy Nakai, and Legislative Advisor. Do Budget and Finance Committee do State Task Force advisor. The Bethlehem Insula had soy bushes change for the chini that should shade or touchini national in Lake in Hojande Nasha, Eastern Navajo. Thank you.
Ramona Nelson.
Yes, Chairman. Good morning. Che Ramona Nelson, das Janito, na dort ne touching in Schlo Hanarani, was is change this Latin this Che Nationale, Legislative Assistant in Schlo, Budget and Finance, because Nashua. Yeah.
Ramona. Other not say 24th Nomination Council based on her the delegate Shananta, other Shana delegate Paul Begay.
Oh, good morning, Philip, Chair Hindio, the Council Delegate Paul Begay from Western Agency. The Tradition to Net Inchnido, the Tony Bushing, the Torichin, the Chidoki, and National Dundle. Could I, Tonkin Strand or Little Sony, could I dial in the Ishla? He had very unfortunate to hear about the tragedy with our whole school, Holbrook school. Is bound to the case of Bendante, Citizen Bay, Deliado, Ado, she the Mother Bejet, the Halondo, the Che, the Masanda, the Null, a Steve, the Null, a Sam, Ado Shimbala Kado, Ikache, Holo, the Kado, Hayu, the Botany. Could she also be the little our hearts, our prayers are with them this morning, throughout this the time when they're grieving. We pray for comfort for them. She had Kodoya to so this thing so Chair Hindio she had.
She got lunch that. I'll get public game 2000 Zidado Finzi. I don't know if that's our space ones, and then that is 24th Nomination Council. Shania.
Oh, God, it's Shania. Jaya Wilson, Sister Junior, and she had to put Sony and Slennan is Edgecachine, but she's catching that's a shade up on the Chanella. I'm just going to listen into the session today for budget and finance and the reports again. A day Yashana, the honest Koyat, a budget and finance committee members, Doshana, Paul, Soyat, on the staff, and I'll get that this morning. Have a good week and a blessed week this week. Thank you, Shana.
Check national da. So you also see junior, China, could have it select. I don't know, so the Sasha days.
Between souls on the line.
It's not, I just know that all this. Ashnada, they'll get Eugene so.
Yeah, they call that any big this part of life beyond you cut on it out of sound they need change in it and she must find it need it at the hot that as are Dublin and other south out and clear na so na patse kosoto na don't think in nasla but is not there it happened it's not it already did pass but forward you have the power to not happen again, to work things out for better for the people to benefit but I think that's KD could on wait in the leader and tell chicken inch na so the way can't really down. I in none before a lot of times. So could I be down in the section of my son uses a seat up on the eggy potato? I don't know way take it down or and kid on it in the other that other my son get close. I call on which it resolve it should say. I don't put on the Bashing. I mean, that's a null. I don't know what it's in the Bashing in a way. The shed a husband, how long it is, it only Great Turkey, all across that Great Turkey. I mean, that land is what it's in land. How I understood it when I was growing up. I can't tell it in the I don't know. Most of the known ones are first speaker Nelson Gorman. I don't Dr. Guy Gorman is Sinado. I don't also my in-laws sisters now Ashna Juanita Gorman. I don't they can't ani the Shinese chege teach in the has ag a the can't ani because on the way old the police department all the way across to the late did and Fiscal did that's not east and west. I only taught you the canyon and the wash, and also where the curve is going down the hill. It has so most of the area there are given to the people so they can survive and flourish and cherish and be in that the Kaikokon that the Cardon the seat now going now you had to go in hospitals and nursing home. School, the questions are often it the situation card so the whole argo is never caught you I could basic but I could be on send all this. I could decon sources for even yet a could non-stop though share within it across the Navajo nation that is not trying to all but in finance and I thought 20 years ago I thought thanks. Thank you.
International Academy, 2000 I don't know these one on the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Tanoya Kodoi, nomination office of the President and Vice President / East Representative, Executive Branch.
Good morning, Chairman Henyu, those on the Budget and Finance Committee, Urban Mitchell, also the President, Vice President. Thank you.
I keep wanting to say President Mitchell, but Urban Mitchell, thank you for listening in. Other Nassau to Naval Nation Judicial Branch, Office of Madam Chief Justice Joanne Jane.
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. This is Karen Francis, Office of the Chief Justice. Thank you.
Ms. Francis, for being on the line with us. The Naval Nation Legislative Branch, Office of Speaker Seth Damon.
Good morning, Chair. Yate Bena, committee members. This is Donovan from the Office of the Speaker.
Donovan, for listening in this morning, and good morning. Moving forward to Office of Legislative Counsel. For the record, who's with us this morning?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. This is Lurleen Sapahi with OLC.
Mr. Pahi, for being here with us this morning. Next to Office Navajo Nation Department of Justice.
Good morning, Chair. This is Kristen Lowell, Navajo Nation Department of Justice Tax and Finance Unit. Good morning.
Okay, good morning, Ms. Lowell. Thank you for being with us this morning. Navajo Nation Office of Management and Budget. Navajo Nation Office of Management and Budget, Mr. Dominic Biel. And we'll move forward to, I did hear Navajo Nation Office of the Controller, I did hear Mr. Rob Willie.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. This is Robert Willie, Accounting Manager with the Office of the Controller.
Again, thank you, Mr. Willie, for being on the line. Is there anybody else from the Office of the Controller on the line? Okay, with that, let's move forward to the agenda. It's almost 9 o'clock already. We have a full agenda this morning. So, Peggy, if you read the agenda into the record for us, please.
Okay, this is the proposed agenda of the Budget and Finance Committee of the Navajo Nation Council, August 29, 2022, special meeting via teleconference. Presiding as Jamie Henry, Chairperson, Raymond Smith Jr., Vice Chairperson, place via telecommunications, Window Rock, Navajo Nation. 1, call the meeting to order. The roll call, the invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journal. None. 5, receive reports. A State Small Business Credit Initiative, SSBCI, application overview presented by Douglas Capitan, Division of Economic Development, and Jordan Oglesby, Attorney, Economic and Community Development Unit, Navajo Department of Justice. 60 business done, 7 new business. A, legislation 0152-22. B, legislation 0108-22. 8, close of the session, written announcements, adjournment. Next meeting is September 6th.
Thank you for the reading. Is there a motion to accept the proposed agenda? Is there a motion?
Motion, Delegate Cruddy.
Delegate Amber Knudspach County motion. Is there a second?
Delegate Yellowhair, Silver.
Kushin Shnanta, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. So do you have a motion and a second on the floor? Are there any questions, comments regarding the agenda?
Hello, this is
Shnanta, Delegate American Swakari.
yes, sir. Last meeting, we had, or you had mentioned some RDC meeting with PK regarding their investments or the performance, and that's going to be this Friday. Did you want that to be added onto our agenda for discussion, or I think I just need clarification if you needed any assistance with adding that to the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Shnanta, for reminding us of the meeting this Friday. Well, CKP is having an update meeting with RDC on the drought insurance and probably the performance for the year, and therefore they'll be meeting at the Sandia Casino on Friday. And therefore, if we put on the agenda for travel authorization action, we can do that under new business C, and therefore we can take action so Peggy could get the ORT going for the Budget and Finance Committee. So we'll need a motion and a second to amend the agenda to add that action item.
Delegate Yellowhair, motion.
Motion to amendment number 1, adding the action item C to the new business agenda as a RDC meeting with CKP, and second by Delegate Elmer P. Begay. So with that, any questions, comments on this amendment number 1? Let's do a roll call vote for amendment number 1. Ramona?
Yes, Chairman. I'm sorry, who made that motion and the second for amendment number 1, Chairman?
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, and second Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Roll call vote on accepting the amendment. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green too, thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kines-Boccardi, how do you vote?
This is Delegate Amber Kines-Boccardi. I vote green. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Amber Kines-Boccardi votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Yeah, this is to Delegate Brown, votes green.
Oh, yeah, it's Che. Thank you, Honorable Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you, Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing. Chairman not voting. Chairman?
Ramona, roll call vote. 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Amendment number 1 carries. Any further discussions on the agenda? Let's move forward to roll call vote to accept the agenda as read with 1 amendment, new business item added to as C. Ramona, roll call vote.
Yes, Chairman, roll call vote on accepting the agenda. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green too, thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kines-Boccardi, how do you vote?
This is Delegate Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kines-Boccardi votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Yeah, Delegate Brown, votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you, Honorable Elmer P. Gave votes green. Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing. Chairman not voting. Chairman?
Roll call vote, 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. We do have an agenda before us. So, Adela, with that, let's move forward to the next item. Review the doc journal. There's none. The item 5, I'm sorry, reports. There is, it says none, but there is one report. A State Small Business Credit Initiative. And we have Mr. Douglas Capitan. Are you there, Mr. Capitan?
Yes, Chairman. Capitan? I'm sorry. Yes, okay.
Chairman. Mr. Oglesby.
Good morning, Chair. This is Jordan Oglesby, present.
Okay, I'm sorry, Miss Oglesby. With this, let's move forward to the presentation. Mr. Capitan, you may begin, and then if you wish to call upon Miss Oglesby, you're free to do so. So you have the floor.
Okay, great. Thank you, Chairman Henyo. Good morning, everyone. Everyone on the Budget and Finance Committee, legislative staff, council, and everyone attending virtually. My name is Douglas Capitan. It's Aiskedinchle Toglini Bashish Ching Ki Ani Dashache, Nanastaja Dashanala. I'm from Crown Point, New Mexico. I am the Support Services Manager for the Division of Economic Development. I am joined today with our attorney, Jordan Oglesby from the Navajo Nation Department of Justice within the Economic and Community Development Unit. Today, I'm presenting a report regarding the State Small Business Credit Initiative provided by the U.S. Treasury Department. This program provides federal funding to tribes to distribute in a variety of programs that support small businesses by offering programs that provide an opportunity for those businesses to gain access to credit and capital. Back in December of 2021, DED drafted and compiled the necessary items needed for the notice of intent for the program. This NOI was submitted to the U.S. Treasury as part of the initial requirements to apply for the 2021 State Small Business Credit Initiative, otherwise known as by its acronym SSBCI. The Navajo Nation is set to receive an allocation of $89 million that will go to establishing an unprecedented opportunity for Navajo-owned small businesses and entrepreneurs to gain access to credit and capital, which is typically very difficult to receive if you're on tribal lands. This SSBCI allocation is to provide funding to small businesses through a variety of lending programs, such as a loan participation program, loan guarantee program, venture capital programs, collateral support programs, and capital access programs. With the assistance and support of the Navajo Nation Department of Justice and Special Counsel Pilar Thomas, the division has nearly completed the SSBCI application due to U.S. Treasury. The application deadline for this program is October 31st of 2022. So approximately about 2 months away. Originally established in 2010, SSBCI has been highly successful in increasing access to capital for small businesses and entrepreneurs for states. Back in 2010, then President Obama authorized the Small Business Jobs Act of 2010. The program was first established and limited to only state participation. Through the recent signing by President Biden through the ARPA legislation, President Biden authorized U.S. Treasury to expand the program to include tribal governments. The SSBCI will allocate a minimum of $500 million to tribal governments, who then will distribute the funds to support funding needs of businesses owned by tribal members and the tribe as well. So of that $500 million, the Navajo Nation is set to receive $89 million. And ARPA also provides a technical assistance to participating tribes, and we will intend to apply for that funding as well. Tribal governments may use SSBCI funds to support eligible small businesses financing in any manner it chooses. This includes supporting small businesses on tribal lands, small businesses in states where tribal lands exist, or where tribal citizens are located, and small businesses owned by the nation and or tribal members wherever they're situated. The Navajo SSBCI program. So we're currently near completion in regards to the programming that we have set to initiate our first program. So the U.S. Treasury has established a structure as to how the funds are dispersed and how they are administered. The Navajo Nation will receive its allocation of approximately 89 million in 3 disbursements. The first being 33%, the second being 33 again, and the last being 34%. So that's approximately 29 million for the first 2 tranches of funding and 30 million in the last tranche of funding. To receive the second and third tranches of the allocation, we must expend or allocate 80% or more of the prior disbursement to businesses. Much like the requirements for ARPA, the funding has to be accounted for somewhere, and that has to be at least a minimum of 80%. Additionally, the SSBCI program is structured with funds being delivered to an implementing entity. In this case, that would be the Navajo Nation, who then moves forward to resourcing services and management to a contracting entity who is partnered with a financial institution. I believe we sent out the one-pager that's available, and there's terminology definitions within that one-pager. So an implementing entity is the delegated administrative responsible for the program. So DED will serve as the implementing entity for purposes of this program on behalf of the nation. Program administrators are identified entities who will support implementation of the Navajo SSBCI program as subrecipients by administering specific programs. So we'll work with various organizations outside the nation, potentially into to figure out programming when we get to that point. But currently right now, we do have a nonprofit community organization that we are working with in development of our first 2 programs that we have within our application. So the Navajo Nation has established a working relationship, like I said, with several Navajo nonprofit and non-government organizations for contracting purposes. Their expertise, knowledge, and relationships that are already in existence within the Navajo business community were the basis of the decision to collaborate. As we move forward, DED will continue to work on further developing networks and collaborations with local organizations and financial institutions to meet the needs of our businesses and to ensure that the funding is expended to its fullest extent. Experience in small business loans, startup capital, knowledge of investment opportunities, and history of working directly with Navajo-owned businesses and entrepreneurs were essential to choosing these contracting entities. Our programs that we will initiate, the Navajo SSBCI program, will be the following payment. We'll be following the payment schedule of the 3 tranches. So we have organized them in 3 phases, and we'll take gradual and measured steps to implement our program. Phase 1 of the Navajo SSBCI program will launch with 2 programs. And this will be a loan participation program, an LPP, and a loan guarantee program, an LGP. This initial step will be primarily focused on loans around $50,000 or less, with larger loans to be incorporated after the program is up and running. For the loan participation program, the way it works is the tribe or nation or whomever receives the funding, the implementing entity, will purchase a portion of a loan that a lender makes, or make a direct loan from our funding, SSBCI funding, with a private loan in conjunction with The tribe or the implementing entity can often subordinate the lender's senior loan and ensure that the loan can be provided to individuals who are requiring that between the borrower and the lender. The Navajo LPP will be used to purchase a portion of the loan originated by a lender to an eligible small business owner. Everything is negotiated between the borrower and the lender, and that would be interest rates, maturity, collateral, and other loan terms. The primary lender conducts all of the customer interaction, including payment, processing, and loan workouts. So current programming will have our contracting entity, who is our nonprofit community organization, use Navajo SSBCI funds to purchase 50% of the transactions originated, underwritten, and serviced by their partnered financial institutions, loans to mature Navajo businesses capable of applying for and managing larger loan amounts. The estimated term loan sizes will range from about 50,000 to eventually 4 million in the future when we have that capacity and momentum going for the program. The minimum percentage of participation will be 50% to ensure a one-to-one match as required by US Treasury and the guidelines for SSBCI. The Loan Guarantee Program, or LGP, the tribe or nation or implementing entity will provide insurance to lenders, so whomever is the financial institution, of a partial repayment of a loan if it goes into default after the lender makes every reasonable effort to liquidate any available collateral or collect on personal guarantees. So with our program, the Navajo Nation Loan Guarantee Program will assist lenders in making loans to borrowers who cannot otherwise traditionally qualify for credit or financing. It gives businesses a chance to build working relationships with financial institutions and establish that working partnership together to grow their businesses. Our contracting entity, the nonprofit community group, will use our Navajo SSBCI funds to guarantee 50% of the loan and partner with their financial institutions and guarantee the other 50% with their assets. So again, this creates another one-to-one match as required by the US Treasury Department. The reserve fund will be held at the partnering financial institution, and all of the repayments and everything on the administrative side will be conducted externally with the financial institution and the borrower. Eligibility, in our case, those who will qualify must be considered SETI-owned businesses, SEDI. SETI is an acronym for, as defined by US Treasury and other financial institutions and government programs, as socially and economically disadvantaged individuals. As this really encompasses all any enrolled member of the Navajo Nation, as historically we are economically disadvantaged. Therefore, a majority, if not all, of our businesses will be qualified for eligibility to participate within our programs. Within the region, this also includes those businesses that are located within the 4 states that the Navajo Nation primarily exists within. That's Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, and Utah. And that also includes any businesses that exist within those states. So you don't necessarily have to live on the Navajo Nation for that funding. Corporations, partnerships, and sole proprietorships are eligible, as well as nonprofits. SSBCI programs target an average borrower size of a business that has 500 employees or less, but the business may not exceed 750 employees. Business purposes that can be covered using this funding can be startup costs, working capital, franchise fees, equipment inventory, as well as purchase, construction, renovation, or tentative improvements of an eligible place of business that is not for passive real estate investment purposes. So any new buildings, any new construction can potentially be covered by this funding. So from the inception, the Navajo Nation Division of Economic Development has kept our Navajo businesses in mind. And that's why we incorporated and sought the advice of our local Chamber of Commerce, our community organizations, and our businesses to figure out what would be best for them and how to fit programs such as this into our plans in regards to strategizing the Navajo SSBCI program. I will go ahead and provide my time to Ms. Oglesby if she has anything to include for that.
Thank you, Doug. Nothing to include at this time, although we stand ready for questions from the Budget and Finance Committee. We do also have an ask in closing, if I can turn it back to you, Doug.
Hey, thank you, Jordan. In closing, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, we ask for your consideration of legislation 151-22 at today's meeting, so that it may be considered for action by the NABI committee later this week. Thank you. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Capitan and Ms. Oglesby for your presentation. Back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Is there a motion to accept the report?
Motion, Delegate Begay.
Motion to Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Is there a second?
Delegate Yellowhair.
Motion second by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Now with that, committee members, are there questions for the presenters?
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty with the question.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman Henio. I appreciate the report. Thank you, Shiaz and Ms. Jordan for the report. I think in terms of partnering with the nonprofit and in the way to improve and enhance supporting our businesses directly, I need a little bit more information on the decision that was made. I believe I heard you say that the funding will be with the nonprofit's financial institution. I think in terms of that amount of money being placed in another entity's financial institution, help me understand what was the due diligence to make sure that the money would be accountable for, and was there any is there any opportunity sometimes when in our experience especially with U.S. Treasury money, we can put it into an account and it gets a small investment, but I'm not sure if we will receive those same opportunities if we put it into another entity's bank. So I need more clarification on that plan and what type of due diligence was conducted by Navajo Nation to make sure the money would be secured. And I'm not sure then if the nonprofit intends to invest the money when it's in their bank account, or I'll need additional information on that aspect of this program. Thank you, Chair and committee members.
Thank you, Nashland, for your question. I'll defer the floor back to Mr. Capitan.
Thank you, Honorable Chairwoman Crotty. So with the SSBCI funding, the funding is, the DED retains oversight of all stages of the process. This includes the disbursement of the funds to the contracting entities and their financial partners. So through a sub-recipient agreement and a lender agreement, they are accountable to the Navajo Nation. I believe that just because of the way the funding works with this particular program and its design, that funding will need to go with that financial institution for its payout. Only a portion of the funds that are administered by the nonprofit will go into their financial institution. So they can administer those funds. And I believe that we will have that oversight ability within this program to make sure that the funds are properly accounted for, managed and overseen.
Mr. Capitan, are you still
Yes.
there?
Yeah.
Does that complete your response?
Yes, it does.
Thank you for the response. Deferring back to Budget and Finance Committee, any further questions, comments?
I have a question to
Delegate Crotty with the follow-up.
Could I have two committee members wishing to speak? So I'll defer to Delegate Amber Knasbakrati with her follow-up. Then after that, I'll defer to Delegate Elmer PBK.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to think in terms of what I was looking for was what is the process for due diligence, and provide those steps to the committee where you can assure that the funding will be, I don't know if it'll be isolated or if investments will take place. So that's the type of information I'll need, Chairman. I'm not sure if Department of Justice can provide us that additional information. Thank you.
Thank you for your follow-up question. Delegate Elmer PBK.
To the members of the Budget and Finance, the presenters, morning out there. My question is, so how much of this, the eligibility, the criteria, part of it, relates to or regards to the qualification, the credit you have, how your credit is it based on that to go into a loan? That will be my first question. Second one is most of that is the eligibility, and what is the most important thing that are being considered for this loan? You have to be working, or you have to have already have a business established. I look at that part of it. What's the most important thing that is being considered to get this loan? It's my first question. My second question, Chair.
So I'll defer back to Mr. Capitan for the follow-up question, and the second question from Delegate Elmer PBK. And if you wish to defer to Ms. Oglesby, you may do so, Mr. Capitan. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Those are very valid questions. Thank you for those questions too, Madam Chair Crotty. I'm going to refer to Jordan to answer that question.
Thank you, Doug. Delegate Crotty, in regard to your question, you asked on the isolation of the funds. So to clarify, the funds would be isolated or separated to only provide for the Navajo SSBCI program, which would be implemented by the nonprofit in coordination with their partner financial institution And just to emphasize what Doug said earlier, excuse me, DED has oversight responsibility, and the nonprofit would report quarterly to DED on the status of the program. And if you have further follow-up questions as it relates to the isolation of the funds, Delegate Cruddy, I'm happy to provide that answer in a follow-up email. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan.
Mr. Capitan, does that complete your response? Oh, Mr. Response to Delegate Elmer, please begin again. Mr. Capitan, I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you. With the eligibility requirements, we're currently working on the program design for the application. So I can't really provide that information at this point. Once we get further and actually have the program running is when we'll be able to provide greater detail in regards to the criteria for eligibility. But to answer the question broadly, these programs were meant specifically for groups of communities that have faced financial challenges for a variety of different reasons. In particular, with the loan guarantee program, that program assists financial institutions in offering credit and offering those services to individuals or businesses that otherwise probably wouldn't be able to attain normal traditional lines of credit. And it also provides assurances that the businesses aren't going to be receiving or taking part in a quote loan shark program. I think that this is very beneficial to communities like ours in particular, with individuals that have less than stellar credit history, to help them rebuild that history and to help them do what they need to do to get the financing and opportunities that they need to start, grow, or expand their business. And I think that in particular, that this will be really helpful for the Navajo Nation in that we get to provide those parameters and make sure that we have everyone included in our processing and our planning. So that concludes my response.
Thank you, Mr. Capitan. Also, Ms. Oglesby, do you provide that written follow-up? Send it to Peggy Nakai so she could distribute to the committee. So defer back to the committee, Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
Chair, this is Delegate Brown.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown, you have the floor.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Mr. Capitan, for your presentation. I understand that there is a legislation that's being dropped right now. And when is that? Is there a timeline on that? I understand that you said the deadline is the end of next month to submit so that would be Navajo Nation businesses applying. How many people have applied, if that's a process? What's the capacity for that, and how does our businesses on the Navajo Nation know about this? And who is my other question would be, is Pilar Thomas still the consultant who's working with economic development? And how has she been resourceful? What I'm hearing from some of these small businesses and nonprofit that you mentioned is, and I hope that culture has changed to where it was just like a no, that's impossible. Navajo, you can't do this. So a lot of negative comments coming from her. So I'm really interested in how that is going, and how do our people feel, and are they applying for this so we don't miss out? And then also at the end, if you can explain the role of the Navajo Nation Council on this SSBCI, to make sure that I feel like for myself, I'm still learning a lot about this. So I'm reaching out to even the Net Chambers of Commerce. They've sent me some information, Change Labs and others and other banks as well. So if you can continue to provide us as additional information to our email, that would be great. So those are my questions, Chair. Yeah.
Defer back to Mr. Capitan.
Thank you, Chair. With regard to, thank you for those questions, first of all. So the first question, correct me if I'm wrong, is how many people have applied or know about this program. Right now, we are at the very initial stages of the program. We're designing the program currently and getting the application together for submission to the U.S. Treasury Department. So right now, it's only been mentioned, but we've made announcements in our March 2022 a division newsletter that we had sent out, and providing that information as well to our Dene Chamber of Commerce and working along with our nonprofit community organizations like Change Labs and Navajo CDFI and other business community members. So it's progressively going out there, but we don't want to put the horse before the cart because, I mean, for all variety of reasons, it's not a 100% guarantee. So once we do have the program officially set and ready to go is when we'll make a big announcement and make information fully available at that time. But right now, we're in the initial application and planning phases. With regard to Special Counsel Pilar Thomas, she is retained by DOJ, not the division, and she has been selected because of her expertise within the field, and she's known throughout the nation for her knowledge of the program, and we've referred to her for information regarding strategies and different things with the U.S. Department of Treasury. I know that there have been conversations that have been what would be called heated, but I think that we really worked that information out and got to a place where we can move forward and made agreements to consider different opportunities and different ideas. So I'm encouraged with all of our participants within this planning, and I'm very motivated to have our program up and running because it's conversations are going to be hard all the time, and you're going to have people who have disagreements. And the point is we need to get this the program up and running and going for purposes of our Navajo businesses. With regard to the role of counsel, part of the requirement for the application is authorization of authority, and that will require our oversight committee, which is resources and development, and progressively move ahead to receiving the approval of this committee, and then eventually the approval of NABI. So we're hoping to gain that approval and provide information as necessary, so that way our council is confident in this program going and up and running, and so they're knowledgeable about what we're doing. But yeah, we're currently at the planning stages and initiating that first step that's going to be necessary for the program to begin. So we're finishing the last final steps, and we have an internal deadline of September 1st, and we're moving along with that. Our documents and items are nearly complete. We're just wrapping up a few essential items and getting that final approval from council to have that check mark done and ready to go to be sent to U.S. Treasury Department. That concludes my response.
Okay, now, thank you, Mr. Capitan, for the response. Back to the committee. Any further questions, comments?
This is Delegate Brown again.
Negotiations not down for your follow-up.
Yes, follow-up. Mr. Capitan, I was trying to listen to, so the legislation that's currently in the hopper. You need that legislation, and what's the timeline again? I didn't catch that. Thank you.
Okay, Kedla. Mr. Captain, I think you referenced legislation 151-22. You may respond.
Yes, that is required. So yeah, as the U.S. Treasury Department requires authorization from our governing body, which is our legislative body. And we need that oversight approval for the application to be complete. The application deadline is October 31st, but we have an internal deadline of September 1st to submit our items and get started on the planning and begin to develop our implementation protocols. So the sooner it's approved, the better. There are several tribal nations that have already completed theirs, Cherokee being one of them. And I believe that that'll be best for us to get it done, so that way we can begin to initiate the first steps of the program. And that concludes my response.
Thank you, Mr. Captain. With that information and back to Budget Finance Committee, any further questions, comments?
Chairman Henya, this is Delegate Crotty.
You have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I have not received an email from Department of Justice regarding the due diligence. If they could respond when they sent that to the committee so that I could review and ask questions. Thank you, Chair.
For your request, Ms. Oglesby?
Yes, Chair Henia, I apologize for the confusion. I misunderstood. Delegate Crotty, I can email you right now. I'm not sure I fully understand your question, but I will email you and Peggy Nakai as you directed earlier, Chair Henia. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that you made that statement that you would be sending an email if there were more information that was needed. So therefore, that's what we're building off of. So we'll move forward back to the committee. Any further questions, comments?
Chairman Henya, this is Delegate Crotty with the question.
You have the floor.
Yes, Chairman. If I could get someone from the Department of Justice who can answer. The question is regarding this $87 million. What was the due diligence in how this nonprofit financial institution, their policies and procedures, what was the vetting process to, what they're asking this committee and this council to do is to deposit money of eventually will total $87 million. And I need to know, how did they base that decision? What guarantees, like what does the agreement say? And then who, because the Navajo Nation eventually is liable for that money. We just have heard, I don't know, former reports on challenges with other nonprofits. And if there's going to be a possible fiscal liability to the nation, that should be fully disclosed. And I want to know, how did they come out with that determination that that's in the best interest to move this money into a nonprofit's account? Thank you, Chair. And I would need to have that information at this report. Thank you.
Thank you for that request to have the information before we call for the question. With this, back to Ms. Oglesby. You have the floor. If there's anybody from the Department of Justice that may be able to help you, you make a call upon them if you wish to do so.
Thank you, Chair. I can pull up the relevant provisions from the draft agreements, but that is going to take me just a little bit of time. I respect Delegate Crotty's request that that information be provided now. So I'm working on providing that information. And I do have a colleague, Ms. Frances Schoberg, jumping on also from the Economic Community Development Unit, who can help address those questions if that is permissible. But again, that may take about 2 minutes for her to hop on. Chair, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Oglesby, you still have the floor, so whenever Department of Justice is ready, you may begin, so we'll hold for you.
Thank you, Chair. In the meantime, I do just want to emphasize the structure of SSBCI. As Doug stated before, the nation would act as the implementing entity as the tribal nation to submit the application on behalf of the tribal government. I do want to also mention that this is the first time this program has been available to any tribal governments, because the first time the Small Business Act was initiated was back in 2010. It was reauthorized by the federal program of the American Rescue Plan Act in last year. So that's the first time that it's available to tribal governments. So what Doug was mentioning before in the selection of the nonprofits, they would act as the contracting entity, which is a term defined within SSBCI. But for the purposes of the Navajo SSBCI program, the role there is to work with the financial institution. So I know that Mr. Capitan wanted to mention the intent of this program, if it's permissible, Chair, for him to speak on that before Ms. Schoberg is able to jump on. I do also have Ms. Schoberg on the line now, Chair Henyo, if it's permissible for her to walk through the relevant provisions on due diligence and reporting guidelines to Treasury.
Ms. Oglesby, I gave you free reign to call upon whoever you want to call upon, so you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I'll turn it over to Ms. Schoberg.
Good morning, Chair Henyo, Delegate Crotty. Can you hear me? Chair Henyo, Delegate Crotty?
We can hear you, Francis.
Oh, yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. This is Frances Schoberg from Economic and Community Development Unit. Thank you this morning for your attention to the SSBCI program and your questions about the use of funds and the permission for the administering entity, the subrecipient entity, to utilize a portion of funds allocated to them with the funds that they will be in charge of administering in their financial institution. The due diligence, Delegate Crotty, that has gone into the agreement terms, and that agreement, of course, is not entered into, but the agreement terms to allow them to utilize the portions of funds that they're allocated in their financial institution has to do with the Treasury, kind of the Treasury guidelines and the Treasury requirements for oversight and reporting and review of use of those funds. And that trickles down through DED, and from DED through the administering or subrecipient entity. So there is federal requirements for the management of those funds and use of those funds, and DED has incorporated those federal requirements into its oversight and reporting for the administering nonprofit entity. So they're fairly tightly regulated. They can be used only for the SSBCI program. There's a quarterly reporting requirement, so if anything seems to be going askew, there will be very quick knowledge and an ability to right the ship very quickly. We don't anticipate that there will be, but of course, you have to have the oversight and the authority to claw back the funds, which DED has in the event that the administering entity is not following their obligations and guidelines. I hope that helps to answer the question.
Thank you for the response. We do appreciate it. Going back to Budget and Finance Committee, any further questions, comments?
Chairman Tenyo, this is Delegate Cruddy.
You have the floor.
If you can add me, this is Delegate Brown.
Chantal, you have the floor.
Thank you. So I appreciate the follow-up and clarification. Would these funds in the agreement terms, are they going to be isolated and not part of the nonprofits, like commingle with other funding? And in the agreement, is the nonprofit able to then, would they be able to, let's say, use this funding to come future funding that's not associated with the Treasury program? Thank you. And I think I did ask if is this agreement for granting them the authority to invest these dollars per the U.S. Treasury guidelines? Thank you. Those are my questions at this time. Chairman Henyo, committee members.
Thank you for the questions. Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Some of the questions that I have is, with this program, SSBCI, on Wednesdays at the Kayenta outdoor market, and everywhere else, right? Like in Shiprock, Chinle, to the city, we have a lot of Navajo entrepreneurs, and I'm wondering how Navajo Nation Economic Development is empowering them, giving them, I guess, tools to help them with their business. I had a conversation with a young gentleman who usually sells food in Kayenta. He makes really good food, graduated from one of the top-notch culinary schools. And his dream is to open a Navajo-owned restaurant in Kayenta because he also sees the need since the closure of some of these restaurants during the pandemic and before the pandemic. We really need economic development's help with our tourism work, and as simple as the Navajo-owned restaurants, and we do see them. I'm wondering if this loan program can help them out, and what kind of capital does our Navajo business owners have to have? Is there some matching funds, and how is economic development helping these businesses? If you can give me direct information, and Mr. Capitan, I would like to invite you to my 3 chapters here. Let's have a meeting at the Kayenta Township really soon and meet with the small businesses. And it would be great to see you set up at the Kayenta Flea Market on Wednesday to give this information out to our people. Again, our people are trying to make ends meet, and some of them have lost their job, and any type of assistance that's coming to Navajo Nation, including this SSBCI, it would be great and wonderful to take full advantage to make sure that our people do take advantage, and that economic development, your department, is providing the technical assistance and streamlining some of these processes. So again, if you can send out the information on the timeline, is there a deadline when they have to apply again for them? And is it the same day that you mentioned, the end of, I believe, October? Those are all my questions at the time. Yeah.
Defer back to Mr. Capitan.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to refer to Jordan to answer Ms. Honorable Delegate Madam Chair Crotty's question, and then I can go ahead and refer to and complete Mr. Brown's. So Jordan.
Thank you, Doug. Delegate Crotty, to answer your question, yes, the funds would be separated. They would be traceable and regularly reported. The funds can only be used for the SSBCI program, which currently proposed are the loan guarantee and loan participation program. So the nonprofit would not be able to use it for any other purposes outside of SSBCI, including the nonprofit's other programming. I believe you also asked a question on directive investment. There would not be permissible direct investment by the nonprofit for the current SSBCI program, because the program being developed now is a loan guarantee program and loan participation program. Let me also make sure I'm not missing anything. At all times, DED would have the right to request and review the balance held in any of the fund accounts as well. That concludes my answer, Chair Henio. Thank you.
Mr. Capitan.
Thank you, Chair. So in regards to empowering our Navajo businesses, the Navajo Division of Economic Development has been in a, as everyone here within this 24th Navajo Nation Council has experienced the challenges over these last couple of years with COVID-19 and the shutdowns, and ensuring that we, number one, prioritize our health and keeping our elders and most vulnerable safe. So it's been a very extraordinary time with regards to the programming that I'm sure was traditionally conducted by and on behalf of the Navajo Nation through the Navajo Nation Division of Economic Development. Our regional business development offices have been offering technical assistance and providing services throughout this time as best possible. With regard to the actions and items that I'm directly involved within, in particular with the Navajo Small Business Artisan and Small Business Grant Program, the initial 31 million that we were able to provide our Navajo small businesses and artisans very much did assist our small businesses. I get emails on a daily basis, well, not a daily basis, but regularly, just thanking us for the program and hoping to look forward to another program that potentially could happen again using the remaining funds that are in place. So we're hoping and looking to our Navajo Nation Council to assist us in changing the eligibility to make our businesses and artists eligible again. That would just require consideration of the dates of the program in consideration, which would have been in the primarily within the dates of March 2020 to December 2020, to expand it to a year following that date. So I welcome that discussion, and I hope that we do begin to reopen that program of grant funding to our businesses that have previously received that aid. So that's in one way we've been empowering our Navajo businesses, because funding really is a big hindrance in regards to the momentum and movement and even just startup for a lot of our businesses. We always run into that hurdle, and that sometimes is something that we cannot really afford. But this program provides that opportunity for businesses to get that leg up. Outside of the Navajo Nation, we have businesses that are able to attain loan funding or startup funding that's lending based because of their ability to provide collateral. That collateral usually comes in forms of their home mortgages, real estate, or property. Within tribal nations, that becomes a challenge because individuals can't privately own their land or can't privately utilize their property where their house is situated as collateral for a loan. And generally speaking, generational wealth is not a component that most, if not a majority of Navajos have experienced. And by that, I mean, with generational wealth, like any one of the heirs to a large business, take, for example, the Hilton sisters, I'm going to use them as an example. They're heirs to their two generations of wealth. Their great-grandfather, Conrad Hilton, first established the Hilton brand, and that money progressively grew and grew and passed on from generation to generation. That's not something that's at all common within the Navajo Nation. So having the ability to have, that nest egg of money to begin your business is really non-existent. So this really does help our Navajo businesses get that one up. So that way they're able to begin, building that generational wealth for their children and their grandchildren and their great-grandchildren. With regard to streamlining, and I think that was part of our original intent of this program, was to ensure that the delays that are traditionally caused by the Navajo Nation's administrations of paperwork processing was minimized and reduced to the favor of our Navajo businesses. I know as many of the council here knows, the biggest complaint from our business community, and really largely a lot of our Navajo citizens, is the timing that it takes to receive a check or payment for anything. And we wanted to reduce that as much as possible. So that's part of the reason why we functioned this program to have that funding source move through those financial institutions. We also wanted to support our network of community organizations that have been requesting money and requesting resources and requesting our general support from the Navajo Nation government. And we're going to be able to provide that support to our business community partners in this program with our technical assistance grant that we're looking to apply for in December of this year. And offer them that opportunity to begin that initial establishment of meeting the mission of what we're all trying to do here, and that's to make the communities of the Navajo Nation better, improve our well-being in our lives, and then within the streamlining, within the timeline, forgive me, within the timeline. The program, we have a deadline, internal deadline of September 1st to have our application items ready to go to submit to the U.S. Treasury Department. From there, the U.S. Treasury Department does have their deadline for October 31st, where they're requiring all the documents from all of the interested tribes for submission. From that point, the program must be up and running. So the Navajo Loan Participation Program and the Loan Guarantee Program must be up and running within 90 days of approval of the application. So we want to make sure that this money is ready and prepared and distributed to our Navajo businesses to attain. So that's why we wanted to retain that internal deadline of September 1st, because if we have an approval, let's say we submit the application on the 1st of this week, and it's approved in 2 weeks. We have 90 days from that, 2 weeks from today, to implement the program and get it going. So the sooner the better, because our Navajo businesses are in need of those resources, those essential resources. With regard to the 3 chapters, I will be more than happy to visit the 3 chapters and have that conversation. As with any of the chapters, I know I've met with a lot of them in previous months to discuss planning for ARPA funds. We've been introduced to a lot of the officials and individuals out there in the communities who have provided us with a lot of knowledge and a lot of background information as to their community, how their community operates, what would be best for their communities, and so on. So yes, I'd be very open to that. Once we do have the programs up and running, though, a large part of the outreach will be shared across the contracting entities, implementing entities, and technical support entities. So we're looking forward to really having that tight network of community organizations that are supporting our Navajo businesses, so that way we lift everyone up, as well as ourselves. So I'm very excited about that, and I'm very excited about getting out there and putting this information out there for our Navajo businesses to take advantage of. And that completes my response.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you for the response. Back to you, Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments? Then I'll call for the question to accept the report.
Delegate McGee. Thank you again, to let and hello, Mr. Capitan. My question is, I know that we have a lot of, I guess, Navajo artisans that are out there, especially with silversmithing. Although they have a small, after this pandemic, I think I saw some people getting into this small business, trying to sell, trying to do something. And what they have already known, once they came back from work, and some of them got into, like, for example, this person that I know that got into this wood, and he has a mixed bowls or pottery. It's not pottery. It's not pottery, but it's a bowl and then a dish, and with wood. So he's been getting some. So it's coming out really nice. And you know that there's people that out there that started after they got laid off and they started doing something. So some of these are, I just call it the artists. Can they qualify if they're into like silversmithing or any crafts that they have? Are they eligible for it? Because I heard that that regarding this qualification or eligibility is part of it, that there's this pandemic and that after the hardship they went through and making this choice to start a business. But is it what I heard? Is it, can they qualify? That was my question. Chair Henry. Yeah.
Mr. Capitan.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Elmer Begay. Yes, to answer your question in large, any entity that would organize as a business, which would, for the Navajo Nation, they would have to be registered as within the Business Regulatory Department as officially as a business. So they would be most welcome to complete that and submit their information for consideration of the program. I found that it was very interesting during the grant program that a lot of our artists never really fully considered themselves business owners until this program occurred. So I think we do have, that base to work on, and we have that potential to get those resources out to our businesses that want to take this opportunity. So, we have some business owners, some artists who are perfectly fine being situated, selling on weekends and using it to supplement their income, while we have others that truly want to develop even more and grow their business into something where it's four walls and a roof and a door for customers. So it really just depends on the business owner, but to answer that question, yes, anyone who wishes to, any enrolled member of the Navajo Nation who wishes to begin their business as an official business is more than welcome to apply, and they would qualify, yes. And that completes my response.
Chair, I'll follow up.
Okay, now, Mr. Capitan for the response. I'll go back to Delegate Elmer for your follow-up. Delegate Elmer, you have the floor.
Thank you for that, Mr. Capitan. We all know that federal funds has certain restrictions for. I know that for reporting information periodically. So what are those requirements? Reporting back. I think that's where some of these artists, they have a hard of understanding what is that they have to report back, and we know that federal funds are really restricted, and maybe what are the restrictions too for this, the use of these funds? Can you share it with us? Thank you.
Mr. Capitan.
Thank you. With regard to the borrower and the lender, that determination will be made between the lender and the borrower at the time of the transaction. It was essential for us to ensure that we have a have a contracting entity that understood the cultural and community and individual circumstances of every business owner within the Navajo Nation. And I'm very happy that we have an organization that is culturally competent in that knowledge. We have reporting for the grant program that was due to us that we gathered and had collected over these past few years. It will probably, I can't say it will be similar, but those same requirements will kind of still be in place, because with any loan that you have, you must report by payment and all of those necessary items that are required with the agreement between the lender and the borrower. So I can't say what exactly those will be right now, but those will be determined once we have the program situated, as well as the contracting entity ready to go. And at that time, we'll be able to provide a more definitive answer to that question. But to answer the question in a broad sense, we have community in mind. We have the reality of our existence and our situation here in the Navajo Nation also in mind too. So we'll take that into consideration and be sensitive towards those individuals. And that concludes my response.
Okay, thank you for your response, Mr. Capitan. Budget Finance Committee, any further questions? And if not, I'll call for the question to accept the report.
Roll call vote, accept the report.
Yes, Chairman Henry, roll call vote on accepting the report. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable.
This is Delegate. Yes, I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Chairman?
Thank you, Adnan. Thank you for the roll call vote. 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. We have accepted the report. Mr. Capitan, thank you for the information, and Ms. Oglesby. So with that, yeah, so we'll move forward next. The next report, there's none. So we'll move forward to the item 6, old business. There's none. Item 7A, legislation 152-22. Vice Chair Smith. Chair Henry, I'm here. You have the gavel. I'm next on for the bull riding.
Chair Henry, I've got a couple of amendments on this legislation. Could we do a pro temp? So with this, requesting for a pro tem, but Vice Chair Smith, you can run it, and then you can call for a pro tem when you do have your amendment ready. You present, call upon the member for a pro tem, and then after that you can go back and get the gavel back. Uncle Shane, I appreciate that. Go ahead and take the gavel. Budget and Finance Committee members, we are next on the agenda here for legislation. It doesn't have a number on my agenda, but I'm sure there is a number. Shada, could you read that to the record?
Yes, Sitzilla and members of the Budget and Finance Committee, the number on the legislation is 0152-22. Did you want me to read the entire 8 pages into the record? This was assigned to Budget and Finance Committee, thence Navigated Committee, thence Naval Nation Council, proposed Naval Nation Council Resolution, 24th Naval Nation Council, 4th year 2022, introduced by Jamie Henio, prime sponsor, co-sponsored by Seth Damon, tracking number 0152-22, an act relating to the Budget and Finance Committee, the Navigated Committee, and the Navajo Nation Council, approving the Navajo Nation's comprehensive budget for fiscal year 2023, waiving Navajo Nation Council Resolution number CF 07-11 and 12 NNC section 820F, 820I, 820, 840B, and 860. Be it enacted, Section 1 authority. A, the Budget and Finance Committee is the standing committee of the Navajo Nation Council that is authorized to review and make recommendations concerning budgeting and management of Navigation funds, 2 NNC Section 300A, 2 NNC Section 301B2. The Budget and Finance Committee is specifically authorized to review the Navigation's proposed annual comprehensive budget and make recommendations to the Navigation Council for deliberation and approval. 12 NNC Section 840A. B, the Navigation Committee is assigned to review proposed resolutions that require final action by the Navigation Council, 2 NNC Section 164A9. Therefore, the Navigation Committee may also review and make recommendations regarding the Navigation's proposed annual comprehensive budget. C, the Navigation Council is the governing body of the Navigation, 2 NNC Section 102A. As such, the council has the authority to review and approve the Navigation's proposed annual comprehensive budget for each fiscal year, including the upcoming fiscal year 2023, FY 2023, 12 NNC Section 840B. Section 2, approving the comprehensive budget for FY 2023. The following Navajo Nation hereby approves the Navajo Nation hereby approves the Navajo Nation's comprehensive budget for FY 2023 as follows. A, statutory allocations for special funds pursuant to various provisions of Navajo Nation law. The Navajo Nation hereby appropriates $54,885,000 from the general fund for certain special funds for FY 2023, which amount consists of the following allocations. 1, 12% or $25,656,000 into the Navajo Nation Permanent Fund. 2, 2% or $4,276,000 into the Navajo Nation Land Acquisition Trust Fund. 3, 4% or $8,552,000 into the Navajo Nation Veterans Trust Fund. 4, $12,400,000 into the Higher Education Grant Fund. 5, $2 million into the Capital Outlay Match Fund, funding Special Revenue Fund. 6, $2 million into the Navajo Nation Water Rights Claim Fund. B, overall FY 2023 operating budget. The Navajo Nation hereby appropriates $2,522,153,747 for the Navajo Nation's overall operating budget for FY 2023, which amount consists of the following allocations as shown in the attached Exhibit A. 1, $193,918,000 into the general fund account. 2, $23 million into the indirect cost fund account. 3, $3,020,946 into the account for FY 2023 general fund or general wage adjustments, 4, $12,400,000 into the Higher Education Grant Fund. 5, $5 million into the External Funds Cash Match General Fund account. 6, $14,642,806 into the Personnel Lapse account. 7, $93,657,763 into the Proprietary Fund account. 8, $105,087,926 into the Fiduciary Fund account. 9, $37,989,544 into the Special Revenue Fund Internal Funds account. 10, $2,033,436,762 into the Special Revenue Fund External Funds account. C, Legislative Branch. The Navajo Nation hereby appropriates $18,589,526 for the Legislative Branch operating budget for FY 2023, which amount consists of the following allocations as shown in the attached Exhibit B. 1, $17,221,488 from the general fund account. 2, $1,123,760 from the indirect cost fund account. 3, $204,076 from the account for FY 2023 general wage adjustments. 4, $39,202 from the personnel lapse account. 5, $1,000 from the proprietary funds account. D, judicial branch. The Navajo Nation hereby appropriates $30,609,111 for the judicial branch's operating budget for FY 2023, which amount consists of the following allocations as shown in the attached Exhibit C. 1, $17,258,393 from the general fund account. 2, $127,836 from the indirect cost fund account. 3, $451,609 from the account for the FY 2023 general wage adjustments. 4, $12,771,273 from the special revenue fund external funds account. E, executive branch. The Navajo Nation hereby appropriates $2,434,020,568 for the executive branch's operating budget for FY 2023, which amount consists of the following allocations as shown in the attached Exhibit D. 1, $131,968,211 from the general fund account. 2, $15,283,770 from the indirect cost fund account. 2, $2,365,261 from the account for FY 2023 general wage adjustments. 4, $12,400,000 from the Diné Higher Education Grant Fund. 5, $5 million from the external funds cash match general fund account. 6, $9,603,604 from the personnel lapse account. 7, $93,656,763 from the proprietary fund account. 8, $105,087,926 from the fiduciary fund account. 9, $37,939,544 from the general fund, special revenue fund internal funds account. 10, $2,020,665,489 from the special revenue fund external funds account. F, personnel lapse. The controller has reported that as of August 9, 2022, the personnel lapse account has a projected FY 2022 year-end dollar amount of $28,319,126. After deducting $7,671,828 for temporary personnel costs, overtime, holiday, bonus, merit pay costs, and settlements back pay costs, deducting $3,020,946 for the FY 2022 general wage adjustment, deducting $5 million as the FY 2023 fixed cost allocation for the retirement plan account, and deducting $2,983,546 for a 2% general wage adjustment for FY 2023. The amount of $9,642,806 remains available for other uses. The Navajo Nation hereby appropriates $9,642,806 from the personnel lapse account for certain program, chapter, and other expenses for FY 2023, which amount consists of the following allocations as shown in the Exhibit F, the attached Exhibit F, or E, excuse me. One, $39,202 for the legislative branch. Two, $1,856,108 into the Veterans Trust Fund. Two, $263,189 for the Department of Justice. Four, $174,994 for the Office of Management and Budget. F. Five, $488,052 for the Division of Community Development. Six, $2,021,909 for certain chapters. Seven, $250,000 for the Department of General Education. Eight, $1,528,353 for the Division of Economic Development. Nine, $78,913 for the Environmental Protection Agency. 10, $125,000 for the Division of General Services. 11, $500,000 for the Department of Health. 12, $984,634 for the Division of Natural Resources. 13, $1,332,452 for the Division of Public Safety. G, Permanent Fund. The Controller has reported that as of April 19, 2022, that a permanent fund account has a dollar amount of $27,911,000 that is available for expenditures. See Exhibit B of Resolution Number BFJN 2022, copy attached hereto as Exhibit F. The Navajo Nation hereby directs that $27,911,000 be deposited into the unreserved undesignated fund balance account. H, fixed costs. The Navajo Nation hereby appropriates $38,934,542 to cover certain fixed costs for several programs and chapters for FY 2023, which amount consists of the following allocations as shown in the attached Exhibit G. One, $27,469,908 for the general fund account. Two, $6,464,634 from the indirect cost fund account. Three, $5 million from the personnel lapse account. I, carryovers. The Navajo Nation hereby approves certain carryovers from fiscal year 2022 to FY 2023 in the estimated total amount of $15,651,790.68, consisting of all remaining operating balances in the account shown in Exhibit F. The amount in carryovers for each branch are estimated as follows. One, $59,304 for the legislative branch. Two, $1,470,790 for the judicial branch. Three, $14,121,695 for the executive branch. All carryovers shall not exceed the dollar amount shown in Exhibit H. The controller shall ensure that all carryovers approved herein are used during FY 2023 strictly for those line item amounts described in Exhibit H. The controller shall also promptly inform the Office of Management and Budget, OMB, in writing of any canceled or reduced open encumbrances for fiscal year 2022, and OMB shall make the appropriate budget adjustments as necessary. J, unreserved undesignated fund balance. The Navajo Nation hereby appropriates $20 million for the FY 2023 general fund budget as a set aside for the unreserved undesignated fund balance, UUFB, in accordance with the Navajo Nation Council Resolution Number CS 4921. K, conditions of appropriation. The Navajo Nation and its standing committees, according to Title II and other relevant provisions of the Navajo Nation Code, are responsible for ensuring that all Navajo Nation divisions, departments, and programs provide adequate, timely, and professional services to the Navajo Nation and the Navajo people. One pragmatic and effective method of carrying out such responsibilities is to establish conditions of appropriations that require certain divisions, departments, or programs to perform specific tasks or accomplish particular goals by a set deadline. The Navajo Nation Council hereby approves and establishes the conditions of appropriation as set forth in the attached Exhibit I. L, legislative concerns related to the responsibilities described in Section 2K above. The Navajo Nation Council hereby approves and establishes the legislative concerns set forth in the attachment Exhibit J. M, waivers of Navajo Nation laws. 1, UUFB deposit to accommodate the appropriations in Section 2F of this Act. The Navajo Nation hereby waives 12N and C Section 820F to the extent that this statutory provision mandates that excess and surplus funds held by the Navajo Nation at the end of the previous fiscal year must be deposited into the UUFB. 2, personnel lapse restrictions. The Navajo Nation hereby waives resolution CF 0711 to the extent that this resolution establishes a moratorium on budget revisions and or budget reallocations from the personnel lapse account, requires the personnel lapse account to be used only for annual general wage adjustments or step increases or other salary adjustments to the pay plan established by the Department of Personnel Management. Also requires that any excess or surplus funds must be deposited into the UUFB. 3, capital improvement plan. The Navajo Nation hereby waives 12 NNC Section 820I, 840B, and 860 for the purpose of approving this comprehensive budget for FY 2023 because the mandated capital improvement plan is not available at this time. And expenditures not restricted by budget information. The Navajo Nation hereby acknowledges that all dollar amounts and accounts as listed and described in the Navajo Nation FY 2023 comprehensive budget are provided primarily for information purposes as directed in the budget instructions manual. Such dollar amounts and account descriptions should not be deemed to limit the expenditure authority for any program, provided that additional funds are approved pursuant to 2 NNC Section 164B, 2 NNC Section 301B15, and 2 NNC Section 701A10. BIA account number PL 7341701. The Navajo Nation hereby authorizes monthly drawdowns of all funds deposited into BIA account number PL 7341701, Navajo Tribe, Arizona, New Mexico, which funds are considered Navajo Nation general funds as part of the overall annual revenue projection and are used for the administrative support of the operations of the Navajo Nation government. P, budget detail. The Navajo Nation hereby approves the FY 2023 budget detail as shown in the attached Exhibit K, Section 3, Directives. A, Office of Management and Budget. The Navajo Nation Council hereby directs the Office of Management and Budget to recalculate all dollar amounts shown throughout this act and its attached exhibits in order to verify that all final monetary totals are accurate and conform to all amendments to this act, if any. B, technical corrections. The Navajo Nation hereby directs the Office of Legislative Services in consultation with the Office of Legislative Counsel to make technical edits to this act as necessary and appropriate to correct grammatical and or scrivener's errors and to correct numerical errors in order to implement the Navajo Nation Council's intent in approving this act. C, Division of Community Development. The Navajo Nation Council hereby directs the Division of Community Development to develop the Navajo Nation Capital Improvement Plan in accordance with 12 NNC Section 860. Section 4, effective date. The effective date of this act and the Navajo Nation's comprehensive budget for FY 2023 shall be in accordance with 2 NNC Section 164A17 and Section 221B. Section 5, savings clause. If any provision of this act is determined invalid by the Navajo Nation Supreme Court or by a Navajo Nation District Court without appeal to the Navajo Nation Supreme Court, those remaining provisions of this act are not This act, not determined invalid, shall be the law of the Navajo Nation. So then now we go to Exhibit A, which is the fiscal 2023 budget summary and the total is, and it's a table, business unit description, Navajo Nation, general fund, indirect cost, UWA, higher education set aside, external funds, cash match, personnel lapse fund, proprietary fund, fiduciary fund, special revenue fund, internal, special revenue fund, external, and the total is $2,552,153,747. Exhibit B is the legislative branch budget summary for a total of $18,589,526. Exhibit C is the judicial branch summary, $30,609,111. Exhibit D is the executive branch summary, which is $2,434,020,568. Exhibit E is the Navajo Nation fiscal year 2023 personnel lapse fund allocations. The business units are listed, the programs, the allocation, and a brief description of need and purpose. And that totals $9,642,806. Exhibit F is the April 19, 2022 memorandum from the acting controller. The subject is fiscal year 2023 permanent funded income available for general fund and expenditure plan. Exhibit G is the fiscal year 2023 fixed cost budget summary for a total of $38,934,542. Exhibit H is the carryovers for fiscal year 2023 Navajo Nation budget. And those are listed by business unit numbers, division, program title, amount, proposed carryover for fiscal year 2023 general fund budget, comprising of 3 pages for a grand total of $15,651,790.68. Exhibit I is the conditions of appropriations. And that consists of 4 pages. And then Exhibit J is the legislative concerns, which consists of 3 pages. And then the letter from the Legislative Council, and there were no comments from the Internet Public Review. Vice Chair, that concludes the reading of the legislation number 0152-22.
Thank you, Shetta, for reading in the legislation 0152-22. We have our sponsor, Chair Henyo, have legislation in front of us. Committee members, motion.
Motion
by Elmer Begay. Second.
Delegate Yellowhair.
Second by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. On that, on Osenegi, we have our Chair Henyo. Chair Henyo, you have the floor for your presentation on the legislation in front of us.
Thank you, Mr. Smith, for the for and also reading of the legislation for the record. Therefore, what we do have is we, as committee, we have spent over 2 weeks going through the oversight budget hearings and reviewing all the program budgets that we have here. So, with that, to a point where I believe we should be very familiar with the budget, the way it is. And so, and also the reading of the amounts is pretty self-explanatory in the legislation itself. And so, with that information, I think we should go straight into the
amendments that I believe are pending that committee members might have, and that way we can get through this legislation quickly, and then take it before Nabkea, which is scheduled for tomorrow and the next day. But with this, first let me call upon Mr. From OMB, Dominic. Are you available?
Yes, sir, I am here.
Okay, she can answer. If there are any questions, well, it's just me and providing answers to the questions. So therefore, I yield the floor back to you, Vice Chair Smith. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Henyo, and your reference to this legislation that's in front of us. Committee members, is there any amendments or any questions for the sponsor? I'm not hearing any, so Che, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, I'd like to pro-tempt you into the chair. I'll give you the gavel. I have a couple of amendments I'd like to entertain, and then after I get the amendments taken care of, then I can take over the gavel again. Chair Henyo and Budget and Finance Committee members, I'm going to go ahead and give the gavel to Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Jimmy Yellowhair, Honorable.
Question. Thank you very much. On the way, State Advisor Peggy Nakris. Okay, go ahead.
Agushi, thank you, Che. I appreciate the taking over on the gavel here. The amendments that I'd like to entertain is for legislation 0152-22. It has been sent out. It's reference to the general wage. I'd like to have committee members. It's been sent out, and that's my motion for this amendment for the general wage adjustment increase. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Nad Chidiji. Koroshi, Chairman, Mr. Henio, back to you and respond to Mr. Vice Chairman Raymond Smith, Chairman.
Pro Tem, this is Peggy.
Okay, go ahead, Advisor Peggy.
Okay, just asking for, do you want this Amendment 1 to be read into the record?
Yes, please. I forgot to write into the record. That's very important. Peggy, go ahead.
Thank you. All right, this is amendment to legislation number 0152-22 per Raymond Smith, $4,482,151 for GWA increase. On page 5 at lines 2 through 3, make the following change. The Navajo Nation hereby directs that the $27,911,000 be overstricken is deposited into the unreserved undesignated fund balance account. New language allocated as follows, with all remaining amounts to be deposited into the unreserved undesignated fund balance as shown in the attached exhibit F1. So it says business unit, program, allocation, brief description of need, purpose. And so the business unit number is XXXXX. Program is general wage adjustment. The allocation is $4,482,151. Brief description of need, purpose is increase the 2% general wage adjustment funded through the personnel lapse account to a total of 5% GWA for FY 2023. 2, attach a new Exhibit F1 showing the above allocations with any remaining unallocated amount allocated to the unreserved undesignated fund balance. 3, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraph sections and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits to this act and its exhibits, and the Office of Management and Budget is authorized to recalculate and verify all numerical entries in this act and its exhibits to make edits as necessary in order to implement the committee's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language in any other committee amendment, which other language should be conformed to this amendment. That concludes the reading of Amendment 1.
Okay, Peggy, thank you very much for reading.
Second, Delegate Crotty.
Mr. Chair Pro Tem, this is Laureline. I need to clarify something with this amendment, please.
Okay, this is Delegate Yell here. Go ahead, Laura Lane, and then Honorable Chairwoman Crowdy.
Thank you.
Pro Tem Chair, you need to establish a motion and second first before you start to discuss the amendment.
Okay, I apologize for that. I jumped ahead. Okay, I call for a vote for a motion be in the committee.
Motion by Vice Chair Smith.
Yes.
Second, Delegate Crotty.
Yeah, Crowdy. Thank you very much, Maya. There's a motion, also second motion. Call for the vote.
Pro Tem, the Legislative Council has a clarification she wants to make.
Anybody have the amendment?
Okay, go ahead, Laura Lane. I'll give you the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair Pro Tem. As you can see in this particular amendment, under business unit number, there's just X's, and the intent is for the 4,482,151 to go into the general wage adjustment, to increase that from the original 2% that was established by Budget and Finance Committee when this legislation was dropped, to increase that to 5%. The Office of Legislative Counsel has reached out to Department of Personnel Management, DPM, and we have also reached out to OOC, the Office of the Controller, and we did get one email back. We are asking what business unit numbers to use and if the program general wage adjustment is the correct term to use. I believe so. As far as the business unit numbers, I would ask that the committee call upon Mr. Robert Willie to explain what he thinks should go into that entry there in the amendment for the business unit numbers. It may be because we are talking about all of the different salary positions, wage positions, and et cetera. We may have to put something like various or something of that nature, because we may be talking about several business unit numbers, but I think Mr. Willie can explain that better. So I'm hoping the committee can get him on the line.
Thank you, Laura Lynn. Yeah, I'd like to go to Budget and Finance Committee. If I have any questions, be in that committee. Okay, I'll go back to Honorable Henio. You wish to choose the agent? Honorable Henio?
Yes, Pro Tem. What do you want me to respond to?
This is going to be in reference to a response to Mr. Robert Woolley related to a business unit numbers and how we can plan out a GWA adjustment. Mr. Henio.
Chairman Pro Tem, I am not holding the motion for I'm not sponsoring the, I believe Vice Chair Smith is sponsoring the amendment, so therefore he'll be able to fulfill your request of requesting for Mr. Willie.
Point of order.
That's your co-sponsor. Go ahead, point of order, Mr. Vice Chairman.
So, Chad, for pro temping, my point of order is under that language within that amendment, the last part that Peggy wrote, anything that needs to be amended or changed would be within the purview of OMB, OOC, or anything like that to be inclusive in that. Ako dika digi e han hitasat sozaki ben awat edo le kon le da be lada sileo e ha OMB e ha they have the permission to adjust that. That's my point of order, Shananda. Thank you.
Okay, Vice Chairman, for the language that you agreed to, like you read the written, change in the language, I mean, as is to be the same all the way to a Navajo committee. To what on that, it was a point of order. I'd like to take the floor to Mr. Honorable Chairman Henio as a co-sponsor.
Pro Tem Chair, I am not the co-sponsor of this amendment. Vice Chair Smith is the main holder of the motion, second by Delegate Amber Knox-Bakari.
Okay, I'm sorry about that one. Okay. With Ada, Chairman, Aro, said I don't get Ladi Kitchen on top of the next committee. Any other questions being the committee? I'll turn the floor back to you. Being the committee.
Yeah, this is Delegate Brown. I have a question.
Go ahead, Honorable Brown.
Oh, yeah, that's enough. Did I hear that correctly? So this amendment is to increase the general wage adjustment from currently it was at 2% and then back up to 5%. And will this impact how this Budget and Finance Committee allocated the remaining funding from the personal lapse funding? Will it impact this percentage that we are increasing from 2% to 5%? And so will that change all the funding that we worked on? If you can clarify that, Vice Chair Smith. Yeah.
I guess, Honorable Brown, so I was thinking not being the committee members. Then I'd like to turn the floor back to Vice Chairman Smith.
Good Chair, here that there was Honorable Delegate Daniel Brown, 19th Kitty. The this amendment will not infringe upon what is already allocated or appropriated. It will not infringe upon any of what we have set within that permit. It will not infringe upon what we have done at B&F. This is only using the permanent fund income from the permanent trust. As you know, that there is amount of $67,211,000 that was from the interest from the permanent trust fund, and out of that, 40 million was for general fund, and that was that's what we're going to be using. The remaining of that is that 27,911,000, which would be utilized to fund the general wage. It's not taking the whole 5%. It's only matching that 2% from the 3% to make it up to 5%. That's under the CAP 30-21, which allows that under Section 3. I think that's letter D. It allows that to take place. So, thank you.
Channel sponsor student not kidding. Honorable Chairman Henio around Chairman.
Pro Tem Chair, that was the response of Vice Chair Smith, the sponsor of the amendment.
Okay. Arosta, Nina Nari Kina, National Budget Finance Committee.
Mr. Chair Pro Tem, may I just speak for a moment?
Okay, turn the floor to you, Laura Lane.
Thank you. Delegate Smith is correct. The language in the item number 3 in the amendment, it does allow OMB and Legislative Council to fix any entries and make technical edits. So I think that as is, this amendment is legally sufficient. Back to you, Mr. Chair Pro Tem. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laura Lane. Yeah, Mr. Robert Woolley, I'd like to give him the floor to discuss, bring this information to business unit number. Mr. Woolley, are you on the line?
Good morning, Mr. Chair Pro Tem. This is Robert Woolley, County Manager from Office of the Controller. To clarify more, the business units included within when a personal lapse GWA is given, it is for all the general fund accounts, and there are numerous business units. So those are usually dispersed from the personal lapse. So using that same concept for the permanent trust fund income, once the positions are identified, the amounts will be determined and then sent over to Office of Management and Budget, and they'll be dispersed accordingly into their budgets. And we'll make note of that as far as the calculation and taking away that amount from that particular source of funding. So if you have any questions, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Willie. Yeah, bring this information. I'd like to give a floor to co-sponsor, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman Henio. Yeah,
Pro Tem Chair, I have any information to offer.
Chairman. Pro Tem Chair, you can ask for more amendment or questions, or you can call for the vote.
Okay, Chair, thank you very much. I'd like to give a floor to Mr. Vice Chairman Henio. Are you satisfied? Information from Mr. Robert Willie. Mr. Smith.
I should say, hey, Pro Temp, this is Vice Chair Smith. I think we did cover the question that was posed by Honorable Nathaniel Brown, and the question has been fully satisfied, and I don't have any other response, but hopefully that Budget and Finance will vote in favor in this. Thank you.
Okay, to Vice Chairman Honorable Smith. Any other questions, Budget and Finance Committee?
Chair Pro Tem is Delegate Brown.
Go ahead, Honorable Brown.
Oh, yeah. In the same email, there's the amendment to legislation number 0152-22 for myself, Delegate Nathaniel Brown, for $419,479 carry over for adult text to the city agency. This was last year for this past year based on adult chose inda. So our agency, the senior vans and suburban keep going out of commission. So dinle kwe hol chanta asana khayanta di peso could abija at a lianda. But the onas, this is just a carry over for we say vans, but it's actually for suburban. Right now, the vans have been breaking down due to our roads. The vans keep going to the shop. So if Shema Peggy can read this into the record, it's also in the email that was sent out. So they engage kiddo yeah on photo.
Yes, to that Honorable Brown. Yeah, Ado Sanhina Adikina Shemayaza Crowdy, have any questions? I think I'll cut you off. I didn't really hear what you said. Crowdy, have any questions?
Pro Tem Chair. This is,
yes.
I have a question. Is this an amendment to an amendment that is being proposed by Delegate Brown? Is this an amendment to this existing amendment one that we're talking about? I mean, that the Budget and Finance Committee is discussing or considering?
Thank you, Advisor Peggy. Mr. Brown, can you answer that one to Advisor Peggy? Mr. Brown.
Yeah, we do have Anselm Lewis, who is a delegated who is on the line. So, Chair Pro Temp, can you please allow Mr. Anselm Lewis to respond to this? Yeah.
Pro Temp Chair, is it possible to separate these amendments just to keep things in order? Can we just go ahead and have the if there's no more questions, to call for the vote on the first amendment one, and then we can go with the second amendment that is being proposed.
Peggy, Advisor, I'd like to turn the floor to Mr. Mr. Raymond Smith, Vice Chairman. Vice Chairman, I gave you the floor. Vice Chairman, are you there?
Oh, Chair, yeah, Chair, Budget Finance Committee members. The inch Katie, then I saw it was a Honorable Brown, a had an answer to Dole. The answer, Peter said so, sheet edole, be confusing. A digi a had opened the jato and he hoard it all. A what inch Katie, a Honorable Brown, a have been a something. A what I'll be had this here now, she.
Yeah, to Vice Chairman Smith, a question. Yet Italy, what no confusion of Shananta, the entity Shananta that will call for a vote request by Honorable Vice Chairman Honorable Smith. Yeah, Peggy. And Meme Geek, that vote or late or less Shananta.
Chair Pro Tem, this is Delegate Brown. I will respectfully decline, and then at the next, after the vote, I'll go ahead and make that motion. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Honorable Brown. Let's call for the vote as requested by Vice Chairman Henio. Excuse me, Vice Chairman Smith. Call for the vote.
Yes, Pro Tem Chair, roll call vote on amendment number 1. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bakati, how do you vote?
This is Delegate Amber Kenneth-Bakati. I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bakati votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
This is Delegate Brown, votes green.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer
vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Henio votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Pro Tem Chair, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing. Pro Tem not voting. Pro Tem Chair? Pro Tem Chair?
Jimmy, you're on the call now.
Okay, yeah, it's not me. It's like that. It's been passed by 5 in favor. Honorable Raymond Smith, Vice Chairman, are you done with your questions? Ready to return the gavel back to you?
All respect, yes, I'll go ahead and take the gavel, but I do have another amendment after we entertain the next amendment. I'll go ahead and take the gavel. Shanada, Nasha for helping out on the pro temp.
Thank you.
Committee members of the Budget and Finance Committee members, Tik Adnaso on legislation 0152-22. Is there any questions or any concerns?
There's a Delegate Crotty with an amendment.
You both were kind of walking over each other. I heard a voice and I heard someone saying something about amendment. Point of privilege.
Yes, this is.
I hear a point of privilege. Honorable Chair Henio, point of privilege. Henio, you have the floor.
Yes, yes, Senator Vice Chancellor, thank you. I just want to make a request to you before you present your amendment, the second one. I read it, and instead of using the under 27 million, can you do your amendment through the 1.9 million that's still sitting in the Department of Agriculture, utilizing the NGS
lease payment, because that's just still sitting out there at 1.9 million. So if you could have, if it's okay with you, Vice Chair, to have Legislative Council redo your amendment to utilize the 1.9 million, or unless if Delegate Amber already has that amendment utilizing the 1.9 million, because our Budget and Finance Committee, we need to utilize the 1.9 million that's still sitting in there.
Thank you for your point of privilege. On behalf of that, there is 1.9 that is still pending to be tapped into. With that consideration, if there is no amendments regarding that, what you have brought forth, Chair Henyo, I'd be more than happy to entertain that, but I will keep that in mind. Let me turn the floor over to Honorable Amber Crotty. You have the floor.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Pro Tem and Chair Henyo. Pro Tem, I did want to assist with that Veterans Amendment. Pro Tem, I know you requested the amendment, and I 100% support funding the Veterans shortfall. Did you want to move forward with that amendment? I will make the motion, or if there's a recommendation to modify, I could request that from Office of Legislative Counsel while you're pro-temming this meeting. Please advise. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Honorable Amber Crotty. I appreciate that. Could you repeat the last portion of what you were saying? Something came up on my phone and it was sort of a disruption. Could you please indicate that so I can be on the same wavelength or the same page you are? Thank you.
Yes, Pro Tem, my suggestion was if you wanted to move forward with the amendment as proposed, or did you want Legislative Counsel to identify that funding from the fixed cost? There was, excuse me, a few fixed cost proposals that were requested. Unfortunately, I'm not sure what the status is from, like the Water Commission, I think the Water Office, and there was another entity that could have allocated funding from fixed costs. Thank you, Pro Tem, but I can make a motion to for that amendment if you want to move that forward. I'll need your guidance. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Honorable Crotty. Is your amendment ready to be entertained on the amount that the veterans are lacking on the $900,000 plus? Is that what you're referring to? Do you have an amendment ready for action?
Pro Tem, our Legislative Counsel emailed us the committee, and I believe you requested that amendment, and so it is ready. If you want us to move that forward, I could make the motion.
I understand. Thank you, Honorable Crotty. That one is for the permanent fund interest that's being proposed. And I understand that Chair Henyo is saying that we should tap into the 1.9 million. And I also understand too that you're saying that there is probably numerous requests utilizing that 1.9. And if we do use that, if there is numerous requests on a 1.9, 900,000 will eat up most of that 1.9. So I don't know who has the answer on that right at this point in time, but I would like to just go ahead and continue with the permit fund income. If you can go ahead and sponsor that, then I can continue to chair.
Okay, thank you, Pro Tem. So I would like to make that motion for the amendment, and if there's opportunities for other funding, then during the question period, we can ask those questions to Legislative Counsel and OMB. So I'll make the motion for the amendment. Thank you, Pro Tem.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty, for taking up the responsibility to help out our veterans. On behalf of that, Peggy, there is an amendment that was under my name, and it was for the 900,000 plus for the use of the permanent fund income. Could you read that into record? Budget and Finance Committee members, it's been sent out this morning. Seta, you have the floor.
All right, thank you. Amendment to legislation number 0152-22 per Raymond Smith, $928,619 for veterans assistance. Excuse me. On page 5 at lines 2 through 3, make the following change. The Navajo Nation hereby directs that $27,911,000 be overstricken, deposited into unreserved undesignated fund balance account. New language allocated as follows, with all remaining amounts to be deposited into the unreserved undesignated fund balance. Parentheses as shown in the attached exhibit F-1 in parentheses. So it has the business unit is XXXX, and then program is Veterans Trust Fund. Allocation is $928,619. Brief description of need purpose is the shortfall funding for veterans assistance. 2, attach a new exhibit F1 showing the above allocations with any remaining unallocated amount allocated to the unreserved undesignated fund balance. 3, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits to this Act and its exhibits, and the Office of Management and Budget is authorized to recalculate and verify all numerical entries in this Act and its exhibits, and to make edits as necessary in order to implement the committee's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language within any other committee amendment. Which other language shall be conformed to this amendment? That concludes the reading of Amendment 2.
Thank you, Seta, for reading that into the record. We have a motion. Motion is by Honorable Amber Karate. Do we have a second on this amendment for Amendment 2?
Delegate Brown will second.
I'll recognize Honorable Brown as a second on behalf of this Amendment 2. Back to the committee members of Budget and Finance. Any questions on Amendment 2?
Mr. Vice Chair, I do have a quick comment.
Office of Legislative Counsel, I'll recognize your comment. You may proceed with your comment.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I missed Ms. Nakai's reading. Does the business unit number in this amendment, does it say new for business unit number?
Office of Legislative Counsel, I'll go ahead and turn the floor over to our advisor, Shada, into your reading.
Okay, this business unit number is 5 X's, XXXXX. And that's how I read it.
Well, thank you very much, Shada. Appreciate that. Back to committee members. Any questions, concerns on Amendment 2?
Mr. Vice Chair. Mr. Vice Chair.
You're breaking.
I'm sorry. I just needed to follow up. There was a new, slightly revised amendment that was sent out. It has the notation new for business unit number, and that was per OMB's instructions. And if the committee has any questions about this, they should ask OMB, but I did send a new, slightly revised amendment that does say new per OMB's instructions. So I just wanted to let the committee know that. Thank you.
Thank you for that information, Legislative Counsel. Appreciate that. Back to Budget Committee members. Any questions on Amendment 2?
Pro Tem, this is Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Crotty, I'll go ahead and recognize you. You may proceed with your question on Amendment 2.
Yes, thank you, Pro Tem and committee members. We did receive an email from Deputy Director Hubert Smith, and I forwarded that to Legislative Council. It looks like I just need to verify if the following language was added, and if DOJ and Legislative Council review this language. I just need to make sure that if this language is needed, the waiver language, and if it's appropriate for this amendment. Thank you, Pro Tem.
Thank you for that, Honorable Crotty. Thank you for bringing it up. You are sponsoring this Amendment 2. Therefore, I will turn the floor back over to Office of Legislative Counsel. Legislative Counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I just this very minute just now saw this email. It arrived 2 minutes ago in my inbox. It was sent from Honorable Delegate Crotty to me. I will need some time to read through this email to understand it and to prepare the amendment, I believe. So I would need some time for this to work on this, Mr. Vice Chair and Delegate Crotty.
Thank you for that response on behalf of the new language that is want to be incorporated in Amendment 2. How much time do you need, Legislative Counsel?
Mr. Vice Chair, I would ask for 30 minutes to read this. I also have other amendment requests that are coming in from other delegates. So I was starting to work on those and at the same time trying to listen and pay close attention to the meeting, which it's very difficult because I need to follow what everyone says so I don't miss anything. But at the same time, trying to type up amendments makes it very difficult. I'm not good at multitasking it like Ms. Bobroff is, but I will work on this and have it ready if I could get 30 minutes, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you for that, Legislative Counsel. We'll go ahead and recognize your request to have 30 minutes on this. Back to the sponsor of this Amendment 2. There's a 30-minute request. You can either withdraw your motion on the Amendment 2, and we could proceed with Honorable Brown's request for his amendment and go back to Amendment 2, your amendment, Chairwoman Crotty. What's your take on that?
Excuse me, Pro Tem. If we could take the 30-minute recess, if we entertain another amendment, our Legislative Council will have to listen to that debate. And so this language contains waiver language that I assume was drafted by Department of Justice. So I'd like to get that right, so to make sure that our veterans can receive the intent of this funding for assistance. So if we could have that 30-minute recess, I'd appreciate it. Thank you, Pro Tem and committee members.
Thank you for that. On your Amendment 2, there is a 30-minute request for recess and a 30-minute request from the Office of Legislative Counsel to review this and to have the amendment done properly on behalf of this. So therefore, I will call for a recess at 11:34. We will reconvene at 12:05 p.m. Mountain Standard Daylight Savings Time. Recess is now in order. Gavel has hit the wooden pallet.
Okay, everybody, I guess we're on recess up to 12:05. Get your lunch and we'll see you back. Thank you. The Zoom meeting will stay on, but we don't need to be recording anything. Thank you.
Hello. Are we back in session?
Shazia, you're the first one back on the call. We're just wait for quorum. I haven't seen any amendment, revision or anything like that in my email yet.
Okay.
Still working on it. Still working on it. I haven't gotten any feedback from Kristen. I sent her the proposed waiver language, but no response. So I'm still waiting.
How much more time are you asking for, Laura Lee?
From Kristen, I'll just go with my own research and interpretation. Unless Ms. Crotty and Delegate Smith are willing to postpone this and ask for the amendment at NABI when this gets to NABI, then we could have time for DOJ to weigh in on this language. It's up to the committee.
NABI is tomorrow.
Vice Chair Smith calling back in. Good afternoon, Budget and Finance Committee members and staff and those that are listening on board. It's now 12:06 p.m. I'd like to call the meeting back to order, but before I do, Shanetta, could you do a roll call on the committee members?
Yes, Janella, Vice Chairman, roll call on the Budget and Finance Committee. Honorable Jamie Kenya. Honorable Jamie Kenya. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Okay. Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. is present. Honorable Jimmy Yellow here. Honorable Jimmy Yellow here. Honorable Elmer P. Begay.
Present.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay is present. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown is present.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown is present. Honorable Jamie Kenyo.
I'm present.
Thank you. Honorable Jamie Kenyo is present. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty. Vice Chairman, we have 4 members present upon roll call, 2 members not entering roll call. Vice Chairman.
Well, thank you, Shanetta. We have enough for a quorum. We will commence at 12:08 p.m. with Budget and Finance Committee. We have done a recess regarding the Office of Legislative Counsel to draft up language for Amendment Number 2, which is sponsored by Honorable Amber Crotty, for the shortfall of the Veterans Trust Fund in the amount of $900,000+. I don't have the figure exactly in front of me right at this point in time, but I want to call upon Legislative Counsel. Legislative Counsel, do you have the amendment for this language for Amendment 2?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I just sent it just now, and I can explain the amendment to you. There's a couple little things in there that I think I need to explain when you pull it up to the floor, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Budget and Finance Committee members, the amendment has been sent out through email, and you may review that. And do we have Honorable Amber Crotty, who is holding the floor with Amendment 2? Honorable Crotty, are you?
Pro Tem Chair, this is Delegate Crotty. I am on the call.
Well, thank you, Honorable Crotty. To catch you up to speed, the amendment has been sent out by Office of Legislative Counsel, and the amendment is ready for review. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Pro Tem. So I appreciate Laura Lee. She did just send out the revised amendment. Pro Tem, I'll need the help of our staff and Legislative Counsel if what was the changes and if this needs to be reread into the record. Thank you, Pro Tem.
Well, thank you, Honorable Crotty. Back to our advisor. Advisor, could you read that back into the record and advise us? Do we need to come up with a new motion, or do we maintain with the old motion? Need a little bit of guidance on behalf of that, but I'll turn the floor over to you, Shada.
Okay, thank you, Setsela. The revised amendment was sent out at 12, I believe it's 12:10 or 11 to everyone. And so it reads Amendment to Legislation. This is Amendment 2. Okay, so Amendment to Legislation number 0152-22, $928,619 for veterans assistance. On page 5 at lines 2 to 3, make the following change. The Navajo Nation hereby directs that this $27,911,000 be, and then overstricken is deposited into the unreserved undesignated fund balance account. Underscored language is allocated as follows, with all remaining amounts to be deposited into the unreserved undesignated fund balance as shown in the attached Exhibit F1. Business unit number is new. Program Veterans Trust Fund. Allocation is $928,619. And then brief description of need and purpose is the shortfall funding for veterans assistance. 2, attach a new Exhibit F1 showing the above allocations with any remaining unallocated amount allocated to the unreserved undesignated fund balance. 3, on page 6 at line 30, insert the following new paragraph 4. 4, the Navajo Nation hereby waives applicable sections of 12 N&C section 1171 through 1178 as necessary to ensure that allocations into the Veterans Trust Fund listed in the attached Exhibit E and Exhibit F1 are not deposited into the general fund, but are treated as Veteran Trust Fund dollars and are approved for carryover into F1 2024. 4, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits to this act and its exhibits, and the Office of Management and Budget is authorized to recalculate and verify all numerical entries in this act and its exhibits, and to make edits as necessary in order to implement the committee's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language in any other committee amendment, which other language shall be conformed to this amendment. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Shada, for reading that into the record. Need a little bit of advice here. We had a motion on the first request. How does that play out on behalf of that? do we have to remove that first motion because that was holding the language other than this? What do you have read? Need a little guidance on that.
I believe that the motioning parties remain the same. It's just you just had to have a little bit of tweaking to the language that was proposed in the initial Amendment 2 language. And it's pretty much for the same purpose. So if the motioning parties and the seconding wish to remain, then that's your call.
Thank you for that. Motioning parties of Amendment 2, starting with the motioning party, Honorable Crotty.
Mr. Vice Chair, if I may.
Hold on, Legislative Council. Let me establish a motion and a second on this new language.
Pro Tem, this is Delegate Amber Keeners-Bacardi. I reaffirm my motion. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that. I'll recognize that. Second of the motioning on Amendment 2, Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Chair, this is Delegate Brown. I reaffirm my second.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I'll recognize the motioning party, Honorable Crotty, and also second, Honorable Nathaniel Brown, on behalf of this Amendment 2. Therefore, I'll turn the floor over to Office of Legislative Counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just as a quick item first before I get into the amendment, I do think it's important for the motioning party for this amendment to make it clear that the intended amendment is the second version of Amendment 2, the revised version that was read into the record. There were 2 readings of the amendment, so it would be the second reading that the motion pertains to, just to make it clear that we're going with the revised amendment. So that was my first point. My second point is just a quick explanation. If you will take a look in this amendment, it does have the waiver language that is being requested by the Veterans Administration. It mentions item 3, it mentions a waiver in on page 6 at line 30 in the waiver section of the legislation, where there are other waivers that are set out. This one is simply added as waiver number 4. And it does mention not only the Exhibit F, but the Exhibit E, because in Exhibit E, in Exhibit E, there already is an allocation for the Veterans Trust Fund on the first page. So we have to account for that personnel lapse account allocation in Exhibit E. So that's why E is mentioned. And then the Exhibit F is mentioned, which will be a new exhibit provided by OMB, which will show the $928,619 allocation. So that's the reason those 2 are mentioned, and the waiver would apply to both of those, which are 2 separate allocations. So that's all I have, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you for that explanation. The Legislative Council, we appreciate that. On Amendment 2, we have a motion and a second. Back to the Budget and Finance Committee members. We have a sponsor on this Amendment 2. Any questions for the Amendment 2, Budget and Finance Committee members?
So Pro Tem, this is Delegate Crotty. I reaffirm my motion for version 2 as read into the record. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Honorable Crotty, could you repeat that?
Pro Tem, this is Delegate Amber Keeners-Bacardi. I reaffirm my motion for version 2 of the Veterans Amendment that was read into the record. Thank you.
Thank you for that reclarification. We have Amendment 2 revised. And committee members of Budget and Finance, is there any questions on Amendment 2 revision?
Mr. Vice Chair, this is Dominic Biel.
Committee members of the Budget and Finance Committee, any questions on Amendment 2? OMB, Mr. Bial, you have the floor. I'll recognize you.
Thank you, Vice Chair and members of the committee. I just want to be sure that we all understand what we're doing now. The original amendment would create the account numbers, the business unit numbers, as new, because the fund source is the permanent trust fund excess income, which becomes general funds once it's budgeted. So that's why the new category was stated in Amendment 1. Now, in this revised version, it's putting the funds under number 3. It says that these funds will not be deposited. It shall not be deposited into the general fund, but are treated as trust fund dollars. So that's the difference. And Ms. DePahi, I know she has legal credentials, so presumably this is okay to do this. But one of my messages to some of the subjects involved in this matter, I asked or suggested that the Office of the Controller weigh in on doing this. Because there was a prior amendment being suggested to Exhibit E to also remove the trust fund account numbers. So I'm not exactly clear what we're doing here, and ultimately, however the BNF decides to do this, we need to be, or to understand how to formulate the various exhibits and to do the budgets, etc. Mr. Chair, that's the additional remarks I have on this particular subject, this amendment. Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair, this is Lurleen.
Vice Chair, I have a question too.
Thank you very much for the information. Office of Management and Budget, Mr. Bial. I know that we gave 30 minutes to the Office of Legislative Counsel to do a review and to ensure that we are doing what is permissible and legal. So therefore, we have Amendment 2 that's been revised, and motioning party has reaffirmed, and second of the motioning of revised Amendment 2 has reaffirmed that. And that's where we're at to entertain whether BNF wants to vote in favor or oppose this. So we haven't got to that far yet. I heard Legislative Counsel, and then I heard our advisor, Peggy Nakai. So I'll turn the floor over in that order. Office of Legislative Counsel, you have the floor, and after that, I'll turn the floor over to our advisor. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, this is Lurleen with Legislative Council. So I do share the concerns of Mr. Bial. I have to feel that I need to let the committee know that I did reach out to DOJ to go over this waiver language with them. And as you know, I only had 30 minutes to research the matter, look up the Veterans Trust Fund provisions, and to actually draft the language. I did not get any feedback from DOJ on this. I guess Ms. Lowell is unavailable right now, but because of the concerns of OMB and because this is a bit of a complicated legal matter, I would recommend that further discussion be held on this and that further inquiries and recommendations be done and that DOJ get a look at this before a final vote is taken on this amendment. That would be my recommendation. And as you know, this legislation is going before the Nabikiate Committee tomorrow. And so that may give us some time to further debate the ins and outs of this particular waiver and this language. So that would be my recommendation at this time in light of Mr. Bial's concerns. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Office of Legislative Counsel. We'll take that into the consideration on behalf of your request. Turn the floor over to Advisor Peggy.
Vice Chair, can you put me in the queue? This is Kristen Lowell at the Department of Justice.
We have Department of Justice that just called in. Sure that Department of Justice was listening in. I will recognize the Department of Justice after Peggy Nakai, our advisor. Peggy, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. I just had a question on that number 3, where at the very end it says FY 2024. Is this correct? Shouldn't it be 2023? And I was interested in what Dominic was stated. And so I was going to ask the committee if Rob or acting controller could chime in on this question pertaining to how the permanent trust fund excess income is used as a source and then it becomes general funds. I'd like to hear the Office of the Controller, what they think about this.
Thank you for that. On behalf of the FY 2024, we haven't gotten that far, so I guess that can be answered on behalf of that language on that and your other requests on clarification. At this point in time, committee members and amending parties of this revised amendment, I'll go ahead and recognize Department of Justice. Department of Justice, you have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair. This is Kristen Lowell at the Tax and Finance Unit. I do see a couple of issues, and I apologize. I had stepped away from my desk. I had to go pick up lunch. So when Lurleen sent the email, I was not at my desk. Just taking a quick look at the document. In addition to what Ms. Nakai noted, it looks like there are some issues with item number 3. So first of all, the waiver is kind of a scattershot. So it's literally waiving the entire Veterans Trust Fund. Typically, when we do waivers, we do a kind of a laser focus. So we're not taking a scattershot approach. And then the other issue is that we just, at the Department of Justice, I'm not the person at the Tax and Finance Unit that typically handles Veterans Trust Fund issues. So I would like to be able to speak to my colleague, Ajwa Ajay Damso, to be able to see what, if anything, is recommended. Also, HSGU, Christopher Schneider at HSGU is the primary person. He is the direct legal advisor to the Veterans Administration. So, and then the other issue is they're at the end. So they are pre-approving in this amendment carryovers into 2024. So this is kind of broad and maybe overreaching a bit. So this is not ready. I do not think, in my opinion, this is ready for the Budget and Finance Committee to vote on at this time. And I would also like to request if we could wait until Nabi to make this amendment. Vice Chair, thank you.
No, thank you for that, Department of Justice, Ms. Lowell, regarding the waiver, Veterans Trust Fund. Committee members of the Budget and Finance, I know that this is going to take some time to look and to review and to ensure that we are doing what is proper and legal, and having this language at this point in time. It's recommended that we hold off on this until NABI and DOJ and Office of Legislative Counsel, OOC, OMB, and other players that need to be put in. I heard Mr. Schneider, attorney, also needs to be part of this to ensure that we do put the language accordingly so that the monies can be transferred from how CAP 30-21 is speaking on behalf of that Permanent Trust Fund income, and that's where we're taking the funding out of. My question would be, in order to alleviate all the waivers and all the question, wouldn't it be just easier just to do a supplemental and have that go into the general fund and veterans can withdraw that from there rather than trying to reinvent the wheel? Is that something that could be done at this point in time? I don't know who could answer that. Maybe Department of Justice? Or is that the question of the day, a daily double on Jeopardy?
Vice Chair, this is Kristen Lowell. So can you give me just a couple minutes so that I can, your question is, would it be easier to let this money go into the UUFB and then have the veterans do a supplemental appropriation? Is that your question, to be sure?
No, that's not the question. I'm asking if whether we should do UFB. I'm saying that the money's right there at this point in time. Stricken language of UUFB, apply that money over to the veterans as a supplemental rather than send it over to the trust fund account. Is that feasible? That's my question. Thank you. Back to DOJ, the reason why I'm asking that question is because when we were appropriated or allocated, I don't know how you say it, but when we were divvying up the general GWA came up with 1.6 million apiece, and I also Honorable Crotty decided to help with the funding. And there was no language in that saying that it would go to and waiver this over to the Veterans Trust Fund, but the remaining 900 some odd thousand is now wanted specifically to go to the trust fund. I mean, how did that work? I mean, we've voted on it. Now it's in place, and we're just asking, the veterans are asking for that remaining of $928,000 plus some change. That's my question.
Vice Chair, I just need to pull up your amendment, original amendment. If you can just give me one moment. Okay, this does have, the language has it going to the Program Veterans Trust Fund. So the numbers people, OMB and OC, they would know better than I would the actual mechanics of what happens to it. I don't know how the money typically gets out of the Veterans Trust Fund and then goes to and then is able to be expended for veterans assistance needs during a given fiscal year. So without that information, I'm having difficulty answering your question.
Thank you, Justice. Back to the sponsor of this amendment, amendment revised, Honorable Crotty. There was a request to possibly hold this off until they get together and see what they can come up with in order to facilitate this at the NABI. Honorable Crotty.
Vice Chair, this is Kristen Lowell again.
Do we still have Honorable Crotty on board with us?
Yes, Pro Tem, this is Delegate Crotty. I'm still on the call listing. Did you ask a question? Was that related to me, Pro Tem?
Yes, Honorable Crotty. There was a request to hold off on this amendment and have DOJ and also OMB, OOC, and Attorney Schneider and drafting up the proper language to transfer this funding over to the Veterans Trust Fund. And the request was maybe have it go to NABI rather than, it's not ready for BNF as DOJ had indicated.
Yes, Pro Tem, I heard when Kristen mentioned that. I think there's still time in the day for that amendment for our veterans. Is there a way we could get that as our last amendment for today's call? But if we could, because we requested this amendment last week, and I think at NABI there might be additional delays, and we want to make sure that we have this funding available for our veterans. I could withdraw, but I would plan to propose this amendment at today's BNF meeting.
Thank you very much for that clarification, Honorable Crotty. Back to the Department of Justice and Office of Legislative Counsel and OMB and C. How much time do you need in order to come up with the proper language so that there'll be no question on what we are doing here at this point in time so that we can take action at the Budget and Finance Committee level?
Mr. Vice Chair, this is with OLC.
Office of Legislative Counsel, I'll go ahead and recognize you. You may have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Because of Kristen's concerns, OMB's concerns, I really feel that we need to involve other folks. She did mention two others, Mr. Schneider and Ajua. I can't say her last name very well. Two others at DOJ. I think it would be important to involve Ms. Bobroff, who's in a medical appointment right now, so she's not available for right now. I would say that we really realistically couldn't get this done today to where we're all of us are comfortable that it's legally sufficient, Mr. Vice Chair. So I would respectfully request that this amendment be proposed at the NABI Committee. That would at least give us the rest of today and hopefully part of
Sending
tomorrow.
you guys another email.
to resolve our concerns and to come up with something that we're all comfortable with, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you for that.
Okay.
The council appreciate your input on that behalf. However, council is requesting that this be done today, if that's all possible. But if it's impossible, then we can't push the horse any further than the horse can run at this point in time. I think I hear Department of Justice. Department of Justice, are you wanting to speak?
Yes, Vice Chair. This is Kristen Lowell again, if I may.
Yes, you may proceed.
Vice Chair, I understand Delegate Crotty's request to have this done today. We also understand that there are additional issues that might be raised at Navi, so it might be better suited to happening at BNF. We would need at least a few hours to sort this all out, though. So if the committee still, if the preference of the committee is still to hear this today, we would need a few hours to go through and consult with some different folks as well, Vice Chair.
Thank you for that, Department of Justice. Back to Honorable Crotty. There's no exact time frame. A few hours could mean all the way till 6 p.m., or it could mean 3 p.m., or it could mean 8 p.m. So back to you, Honorable Crotty. I know that you want to get this through the committee and it be done before it goes to Navi. Back to Honorable Crotty.
Pro Tem, this is Delegate Crotty. So are you asking me to withdraw my motion?
No, I'm not asking anything at this point in time. I'm just relaying what was said about the few hours, and if it's feasible. I know that you still want to get this done through Budget and Finance Committee, but there's a big time on the hours and how long it's going to take to come up with the language before we can take action on this. So I'm leaving it up to you, Honorable Crotty. You're the motioning party and second of the amendment.
Yes, thank you, Pro Tem. So if at this time the language needs to be worked on, I can withdraw, but my intent is to resubmit at this committee meeting. So if the individuals who've been identified can work together to get that language available, this was requested at last week's Budget and Finance Committee meeting. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Honorable Crotty, you withdraw your main motion on behalf of the amendment at this point in time, and you request that those parties convene together if they can today and see if they can come up with the language, and we can entertain that at a later time. Second of the motion of the revised amendment, Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Okay, I was muted. I'll withdraw as well, yeah, until it's ready.
Goshen, thank you for that. We have no motion on amendment, revised amendment. We don't have a second. So therefore, this has been put to the side for now. Moving on, Shada, we have legislation 0152-22. At this point in time, we don't have amendment 2. Back to committee members. Any questions on this legislation?
Vice Chair Smith, this is Peggy.
Peggy, you may have the floor.
Okay, previously there was an amendment requested from Shiaj Nathaniel Brown. I'm not sure if he wants to entertain that now as Amendment 2. That would be for the Daltex Tuba City Agency, and that amendment was sent out this morning.
Goshen, I appreciate that. That's why I called upon the Budget and Finance Committee members to entertain if there is additional requests for any amendments or questions or concerns on this legislation. Back to the Budget and Finance Committee members. Back to Chair Henio, sponsor of this legislation. Is there anything that you may want to add or comment? I don't hear anybody from the Budget and Finance Committee members, any amendments or any requests on their questions for this legislation. Vice Chair Smith, Caroline, thank you. I don't have anything else to add, as I feel that we could safely move along to a vote. Thank you, Honorable Chair Henio, for sponsoring this legislation. Imperative that we get this thing done. We have NABI tomorrow. Therefore, committee members, any further questions, concerns regarding this legislation?
Chair, this is Delegate Brown.
Honorable Brown, you have the floor. I'll recognize you.
Chair, if I am in order, I would like to make that amendment to this legislation 0152-22 for the $419,479 carryover for dual text to the city. And then the main thing is that it would be up to the senior center. So actually my first question is, I can make this amendment at this time, correct?
Back to Brown. Yes, you have the floor to make an amendment. Is your amendment ready? Has it been sent out to the committee members?
Excuse me. Sorry. Vice Chair, yes. The amendment, it was the same email that was with your email, Delegate Smith. So that's in the third page to that. That was sent out by Legislative Council as well. So I motion to make the amendment again for $419,479 carryover for dual text to the city. Yeah.
I'll go ahead and recognize your request for an amendment for Daltech and the amount that you had provided with the amendment language. Shada, could you please read that into the record and give us the time that it was sent? Some of us are really. Thank you.
So I'm looking through my email. It was sent out earlier today. Let's see. This was sent out at 9:39 a.m. to everyone. And it reads, did you want me to go ahead and read it? Did you say? I'm sorry.
Yes, we have a motion on behalf of that request from Honorable Brown, so we need that read into the record. Okay. And then we'll go second for that motioning.
Okay, this is Amendment 2 to legislation number 0152-22 per Nathaniel Brown for $419,479 carryover for Daltex Tuba City Agency 1. In the DIBB posted Exhibit H on page 3, insert a new row in the executive branch section as follows. Business unit number 113015, Division DOH, program title Daltex Tuba City Agency, amount $419,479. Proposed carryovers, remaining operating balance not to exceed listed amount. 2, OMB shall provide a revised Exhibit H to accommodate this amendment. 3 on page 5 at line 13, adjust the $15,651,790.68 amount to accommodate this amendment. Excuse me. 4 on page 5 at line 18, adjust the $14,121,695 amount to accommodate this amendment. 5, reorder or re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits to this act and its exhibits. And the Office of Management and Budget is authorized to recalculate and verify all numerical entries and totals in this act and its exhibits, and to make edits as necessary in order to implement the committee's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language in any other committee amendment, which other language shall be conformed to this amendment. Vice Chair.
Thank you for that reading, Shada. On amendment number 2, we have a motion by Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Do we have a second on amendment 2? Second going once. On amendment 2.
Second, Delegate Crotty.
Delegate Yellowhair.
I'll recognize the first that I heard was Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair as second on behalf of this amendment 2. Back to committee members. Any questions? We have a motion and a second on amendment 2. Any questions? Any questions, Budget and Finance Committee members on Amendment 2? Going once. Going twice. Janetta, call for the question.
Yes, Janella, roll call vote on the amendment number 2. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kinas-Bakrati, how do you vote?
Shada, this is Delegate Amber Kinas-Bakrati. I vote green.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kinas-Bakrati votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo, how do you vote?
Henyo votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Vice Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing. Vice Chairman not voting. Vice Chairman.
Well, thank you for that roll call vote. Round the horn. It has passed unanimously, 5-0. Vice Chair not voting. So Amendment 2 has passed. Committee members, back to legislation number 0152-22. Any questions, concerns, comments on behalf of this legislation sponsored by Chair Henyo?
Pro Tem, this is Delegate Crotty. I have a question.
Honorable Crotty, I'll recognize you. You may proceed with your question on the main motion.
Yes, thank you, Pro Tem. On the main motion, we did, if I could get clarification from Ms. Tapahi regarding her email from 11/19, if OMB, if we need to sponsor an amendment regarding Exhibit E for Deltec, if that could be clarified, and if we're in order, I'd need that question to be answered. Thank you, Pro Tem, Chair Henyo, and committee members.
Thank you for that inquiry. 11/19 email. I will go ahead and turn the floor before I do turn the floor over. Committee members, of Budget and Finance. Any further questions on legislation, the main motion? Not hearing any at this point in time. I'll go ahead and turn the floor over to the sponsor of this legislation, Chair Henio.
Vice Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Questions for Ms. Tapahi, Legislative Council. I'll defer to her, Ms. Tapahi.
Vice Chair, just don't give a gate to. I have a question.
Mr. Vice Chair, may I?
Well, you may proceed, OLC. I was just responding back to Honorable Begay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So for the, let's see, for the amendment for, this is for, I believe, the Daltex for the Exhibit E. If you look on page 2 of Exhibit E, towards the top, we did get an email from Mr. Bial regarding the entry that's already there for Exhibit E. It says Daltex business unit number is 113005. According to Mr. Bial's email, that's the incorrect business unit number there. If you count down to the third row there, you'll see 113005 in the far left column by Northern Daltex. That is incorrect according to Mr. Bial. And he also recommends that for that entry, that row for Northern Daltex, that instead of it saying under the column 4 where it says brief description of need purpose, Mr. Bial recommends that instead of just saying Northern Agency, that there be some additional language added to that. And Mr. Bial has suggested inserting operating, building, and food supplies and 3 new vehicles that could be added there. And so it's of course up to one of the delegates to sponsor this amendment. I'm just relaying the emails that Mr. Bial had sent to me, and I believe that the Budget and Finance Committee members were CC'd on this email. We would need a revised Exhibit E, or at least that second page. And I think we should check with the program, with the Daltex program, to verify the correct business unit number. Mr. Bial has stated that the correct number is 113015. But regardless, we do need a new page 2 on the Exhibit E in order to do this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that clarification. Also, Legislative Council. Budget and Finance Committee members, any further questions?
Pro Tem, this is Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Crotty, I'm sorry, I'll go ahead and put you after Honorable Elmer Begay. He was requesting to be put in the queue. I kind of oversaw that. Honorable Elmer Begay, then I'll give you the floor after him, Honorable Crotty. Honorable Elmer Begay, you may proceed. Honorable Elmer Begay, you have the floor.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Hello?
May proceed.
Okay, done. All right, done. Okay, done, not done. Shida, for allowing me to speak again. I just have a question. I know that it's going back. I'm trying to I guess clarify the one that we're doing right now. So the amendment that we're doing is this is my question, Shida, Chair Henio. The amendment that we're doing today, it's towards the 27,911,000 from the permanent trust fund is that what we're trying to do some amendments to that. That's really my first question. The next one I wrote down is I know that my citizen Dr. Brown asked a question, see if it will impact the previous budgets that was given to us as a for some shortfall projects that was given to us that is going to impact. Then I got that understanding, but up to now, I know that Friday, I think it was Friday or Thursday night, I thought we're trying to put this 27 million into UUFB. So can you clarify that for me? Maybe I'm trying to understand it. I thought we did put that 27 million into UUFB. So that was my question. So can you kind of clarify that for me so I can better understand this again, Vice Chair and Chair? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. I'll go ahead and turn the floor over to Honorable Crotty. Honorable Crotty, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Pro Tem committee members. My request then for Ms. Tapahi. So, Chair, what action do we need for Exhibit E? If OMB is requesting additional information than just Northern Agency, is that being developed, or I need clarification on what is being developed and what's ready for action for this committee if these requests were made last week. Thank you, Pro Tem.
Thank you very much, Honorable Crotty. At a point in time, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to the sponsor of this legislation, Honorable Chair Henio. You have the floor at this point in time.
Thank you, Nanda, Vice Chair Smith, and also the question for Nanda Delegate Elmer P. Begay. The $27 plus million. Hey, that was the at the end of the budget, comprehensive budget hearings. That was the recommendation, and the 27,911 was put into the UFB to be part of the legislation that we have right now. But as we went through amendment number 1, Vice Chair Smith sponsored that to take the fully fund the 5% recommendation, and he took with that action, the committee voted on it to take $4+ million out of the 27 million to fully fund the 5% GWA for the Naval Nation employees, leaving the balance of around 23 million that will be still part of the USD from that permanent fund income excess. Hopefully that answers your question, Shananda. Delegate Elmer PVA. Though, as far as the amendment of the correction that OMB is asking for, requesting for, I'll defer to Mr. Dominic Bial as far as what the committee needs to do to satisfy the correction. Mr. Bial.
Thank you, Chair Henio. What where OMB is referring to, and I sent this message to Ms. Tapahi this morning, as well as various others, Bob Roth, Delegate Crotty, Delegate Brown, and staff in OMB. You'll recall on Exhibit E that the committee members late in the day, I believe it was, if I remember right, on the 19th of Friday, when the available personal lapse balance was known, went through the exercise of using the unmet needs listing to allocate roughly $1.6 million each for which became Exhibit E in the legislation that was dropped, and that's before you. So we constructed the Exhibit E as best we could as we followed along when each of the BNF committee members spoke about their allocations. So in this case that we're referring to now, the Northern Daltex, $300,000. You look at the legislation, all it says is Northern Agency. There's no description of what, in general it's intended for. Furthermore, the BU number that's used is 113005. So what we do once this list was done and was accepted and recommended by the BNF committee, we work with all these programs to get the budget detail, meaning the budget forms 1 through 4, so that we can construct the big book, the big budget detail book. So that's when some of these questions come up, because in this case, Northern Daltex, the budget that came in was for a different business unit, 113015. So we're saying that that's the correct business unit. Was an inadvertent error, either on our part or maybe the sponsor, that the 005 was inserted. So this would merely correct it and make it more accurate. Furthermore, in addition to the statement Northern Agency under description, the way the budget comes in, it really includes costs and expenses for operating, building, and food supplies. And then also 3 new vehicles. So we suggested to Ms. Tapahi and again other people who received the message that wording be either approved by amendment or just concurred, and we'll go ahead and revise Exhibit E accordingly. Okay, that's the case then, Northern Daltex. Now the very next one is Daltex 200,000 for Kayenta Senior Center. When the budget came in, it refers to Daltex Tuba City. And we suggest to be also a bit more specific. Instead of just saying Daltex New, it would say Daltex Tuba City. Mr. Chair, that's the explanation of what we're recommending at this point. Thank you.
So, Mr. Bial, are you requesting an amendment from the Budget and Finance Committee to make this happen?
Yes, an amendment, or simply acknowledging that the corrections will be done. We can go ahead and do that.
Okay, thank you. With that, Vice Chair Smith, 2 ways.
Mr. Vice Chair.
Hold on, please. Please don't interrupt me. So, Vice Chair Smith, Mr. Bial is requesting that either it could be done in an amendment, through an amendment from the committee, or as he stated, simply acknowledging it, and it could be done administratively. So, back to you, Vice Chair Smith.
Well, thank you, Chair Henyo, on that information. Committee members of Budget and Finance, any questions regarding the main motion?
Pro Tem, this is Delegate Amber Kinas-Bakrati.
Honorable Crotty, you may proceed. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Pro Tem. If I could ask Mr. Pahi if I can make a motion to identify this as an administrative fix, or how to document it for the record. Mr. Pahi, if you could give me guidance in terms of how we can move forward to address and correct the business unit. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Back to Honorable Chair Henyo. Honorable Crotty is requesting further information. Back to Chair Henyo, sponsor of this legislation.
Vice Chair Smith, thank you for the information request, and the request is made to Mr. Pahi as far as giving us the committee guidance as how to correct this. Mr. Pahi.
Thank you. This is Mr. Pahi. Before I answer Delegate Crotty's question, I just wanted to check real quickly with Mr. Bial. Mr. Bial, did you say that in Exhibit E, the entry for Daltex for the $200,000, which is the second entry, the $200,000 in the fourth column where it says Kayenta Senior Center, did you say that that needs to be changed to Tuba City, or is Kayenta correct?
Mr. Bial?
What I meant is you'll see under the column program, it simply has in capital letters DALTCS, Daltex. In order for this to be more clear, the budget that was submitted for the $200,000 says Daltex Tuba City. So the words Tuba City should be added right after the capital letters Daltex. That's how the budget came in, the detailed budget. Kayenta would stay.
Okay, thank you for that. May I answer Delegate Crotty's question?
Yes, please.
All right, thank you. Okay, so I think when we're talking about errors in business unit numbers or dollar figures. I think that just administrative technical corrections are appropriate. But if there are substantive changes, which has been proposed by OMB, for inserting language under the brief description of the need and such, I think that should be done via an amendment. That would be following the way that we have done things. I think it's a little more substantial than a mere technical correction that would be done administratively. So I am correcting the amendment that I emailed out. I'm sending it out. Give me one second and I will send this out to fix the Tuba City notation that Mr. Bial just explained to me, and this amendment will be ready.
Thank you, Ms. Tapai, for the information, and Vice Chair Smith. There'll be an amendment as requested by Ms. Tapai, and she'll be sending out the correct information to the committee. Back to you, Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, I have a question. This is Peggy.
Chair Henio. Peggy, you may proceed with your question.
Thank you. So if we can name the exhibits that we're talking about, this is Exhibit E, right? The second page. It says that there is going to be a personnel lapse fund allocation to the Kayantas Senior Center. But now the 200,000 is going to the Tuba City Daltex as well. That's my question. I'm kind of confused about what's being said here.
Thank you, Advisor Peggy Shedda. Back to committee members. Before I turn the floor back over to Chair Henio, is there any further questions? Peggy had a question, so I'll turn that over to Chairman Henio if there's no questions from BNF.
Yeah, let's just mention and talk though. So that request and for clarification for Peggy, as she's taking notes as our advisor, Mr. Bial, provide clarification to Ms. Nakai.
Thank you, Chair. Speaking to the question raised by Peggy Nakai, as I explained a minute ago, what we're suggesting is Daltex add the words Tuba City. That's the way the budget was submitted. Subsequent, meaning after this exhibit was prepared. So it's a bit more specific. So it has business unit new, meaning Tuba City, probably the agency, would eventually establish a business unit to be assigned later on for the 200,000. The purpose is still, however, for Kayenta Senior Center, the planning and design. Mr. Chair, that's the explanation.
Thank you, Mr. Bial. I understand what you're presenting to the committee. So therefore, Vice Chair Smith.
Committee members of Budget Finance, any questions on legislation 0152?
Pro Tem, this is Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Crotty, you may proceed with your question.
Yes, Pro Tem, I'd like to motion with the revised amendment for Daltex. If staff can read that into the record, it was emailed out at 1:16 from Ms. Tapahi to the committee. Thank you, Pro Tem.
This will be a motion for amendment number 3. Motion by Honorable Crotty. Could you read that into the record?
Yes, thank you. Amendment 3 to legislation number 0152-22 to correct Exhibit E entry for Northern Daltex. 1, in the DIB posted Exhibit E on page 2 in the front row, or in the fourth row, excuse me, column 1, delete business unit number 113005 and insert underscored 113015. 2, in the DIB posted Exhibit E on page 2 in the fourth row, column 4, delete Northern Agency. And that's overstricken and insert new language. This allocation is needed for Northern Agency Daltex operating expenses, building costs, and food supplies for senior centers and the purchase of 3 new vehicles for senior centers. 3, in the DIB posted Exhibit E on page 2 in the fifth row, column 2, immediately before Daltex insert Tuba City. 4, OMB shall provide a revised Exhibit E to accommodate this amendment. 4, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services, the Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits to this act and its exhibits. And the Office of Management and Budget is authorized to recalculate and verify all numerical entries and totals in this act and its exhibits to make edits as necessary in order to implement the committee's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language in any other committee amendment, which other language shall be conformed to this amendment. That's the reading.
Okay, let's set up for reading that into the record. Do we have a second?
Delegate Yellowhair, second.
We have a second with Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair on Amendment 3. Committee members of the Budget and Finance on Amendment 3. Questions, comments, concerns? Call the question.
Mr. Vice Chair.
Round the horn. Roll call vote.
Yes, Vice Chairman, roll call vote on the amendment number 3. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green, thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Knezbach-Crotty, how do you vote?
Got it. This is Delegate Amber Knezbach-Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Knezbach-Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Jamie Hino, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jamie Hino votes green. Vice Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing. Vice Chairman not voting. Vice Chairman?
Thank you for that. Favor to oppose. Back to legislation 152-22.
Vice Chair Smith, you're cutting out. You're not clear in what you're saying.
Back to committee members. Any questions on legislation 0152-22? Can you hear me?
We can hear you just barely though.
Committee members of the Budget and Finance Committee on the main motion. Any questions? Sedek, would you do the second reading?
I'm sorry, this is Get Crotty with a question.
Honorable Crotty, I'll go ahead and recognize you. You may proceed.
Yes, thank you, Pro Tem. This is a clarifying question. Has the committee received the listing of the shortfall project funding list? Do we know what projects have a shortfall, or we provided that information? Thank you, Pro Tem.
Well, thank you for that question, Honorable Crotty. I'll turn the floor over to sponsor of the legislation, Chair Henio. You have the floor.
Vice Chair Smith, I could barely hear you, but I believe you referred back to me to answer the question. And for the New Mexico projects, the CPMD did provide a listing to the committee, and I did receive a copy of that. The Friday when we're still in the comprehensive budget hearing, that's when I received that, and I'm thinking that all the committee members received that listing, and it's a list that they've been promoted in the past, and that's still the listing that they have. Back to you, Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you for that, Chair Henio. Back to the committee members of Budget and Finance. Any further questions?
Pro Tem Smith, this is Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Crotty, you may proceed.
Thank you, Pro Tem. I do remember the list being sent out. Can our staff, could they please send that to the committee? And I just wanted to ask how the committee wanted to move forward with the shortfall projects. If there's time restrictions on their funding, if we wanted to have that conversation right now to allocate funding, or I just need to know what the plan is, since we don't want any funding to be reverted. Pro Tem, if Chairman Henio has any insight or guidance or recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Honorable Crotty. Staff, could you please accommodate Honorable Crotty's request to send out, and also the request for information on the projects. I'll turn the floor over to Chair Henio, sponsor of this legislation, with a request from Honorable Crotty.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith, on the question regarding the funding shortfalls for the New Mexico capital outlay projects. And one of the things I wanted to touch upon with funding reversion back to the state is that with the complaints I've always received from the chapters I represent has been that Navajo Nation acting as the physical agent. And there are a lot of delays when it comes to the nation working with the state of New Mexico. And so I think that's where we need to really focus, is fixing those delays where the nation is acting as the physical agent and really not working with the state to move the projects forward. So I believe the committee needs to get a report from either the controller's office or CPMD to address these complaints from the chapters regarding the delays in either giving out spending the money that's been allocated by the state of New Mexico. And then at the same time, with the shortfalls, we need a full comprehensive report from community development. That's why to the shortfalls are happening. Because, for example, in my area, Ramos Senior Center, which is going to be going through a whole new building construction, the figures that came out the first time were less than what figures are now. And my question would be to CFPMDs, why did the numbers go up by so much? And so I believe that before we start the allocation process and so forth, we really need to hear from Division Community Development and really give us an explanation of why these shortfalls are there to begin with, and why are they not moving forward with these projects. Hopefully that answers the question about Shananta Akudona Adil Kidigi. Vice Chair Smith.
Chair Henio. Committee members, any further questions?
Pro Tem, this is Delegate Crotty.
Delegate Crotty, go ahead, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Pro Tem. If I could, after the main motion vote, if we could entertain a directive, or if I'm in order, I don't know if I need to do it now. I'm thinking it needs to be a directive after the main motion vote, but to have that comprehensive report from the community or from the Division of Community Development and understand what are the shortfalls. If we could meet with the Office of the President and Division of Community Development and then plan on how are we going to address the issues with project management on Navajo Nation, and if chapters, if there should be pilot projects for chapters then to do their own project management. I don't think all chapters have the capacity, but there may be some that could move these projects forward. That would be my request, Vice Chair, since we don't have all of the information right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. The directive will be after the main motion vote. Could you get that language with OLC so they can get that directive prepared after the vote on the main motion, and we can accommodate that directive with a vote on the language that OLC provides. Back to committee members. Any further questions? Not hearing any. Shada, could you do a second reading on the main motion, legislation 0152-22?
Okay, thank you. Amendment 1, amendment to legislation number 0152-22 per Raymond Smith, $4,482,151 for GWA increase. On page 5 at lines 2 to 3, make the following change. The Navajo Nation hereby directs that this $27,900,000 be overstricken deposited into the unreserved undesignated fund balance account, underscored language, allocated as follows, with all remaining amounts to be deposited into the unreserved undesignated fund balance as shown in the attached exhibit F-1. Business unit number is XXX, program general wage adjustment allocation $4,482,151. Brief description of need, purpose, increase the 2% general wage adjustment funded through the personal lapse account to a total of 5% GWA for FY 2023. 2, attached as a new exhibit F1 showing the above allocations with any remaining unallocated amount allocated to the unreserved undesignated fund balance. 3, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraph sections and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are Authorized to make technical edits to this act and its exhibits, and the Office of Management and Budget is authorized to recalculate and verify all numerical entries in this act and its exhibits, and to make edits as necessary in order to implement the committee's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language in any other committee amendment, which other language shall be conformed in this amendment. That paragraph I will not read, and there are other amendments, but you have that. Okay, Amendment 2 to legislation number 0152-22 per Nathaniel Brown for $419,479 carryover for Daltex Tuba City Agency. 1, in the DIB posted Exhibit H on page 3, insert a new row in the executive branch section as follows. Business Unit 113015, Division DOH, program title Daltex Tuba City Agency, amount $419,479 remaining operating balance not to exceed listed above amount. 2, OMB shall provide a revised Exhibit H to accommodate this amendment. 3, on page 5 at line 13, adjust the $15,651, or excuse me, $15,651,790.68 amount to accommodate this amendment. 4, on page 5 at line 18, adjust the $14,121,695 amount to accommodate this amendment. And then going to Amendment 3 to legislation number 0152-22 to correct Exhibit E entry for Northern Daltex. In the DIB posted Exhibit E on page 2 in the 4th row, column 1, delete business unit, and it's overstricken 113005 and insert underscored 113015. 2, in the DIB posted Exhibit E on page 2 in the 4th row, column 4, delete Northern Agency, overstricken and insert underscored. This allocation is needed for Northern Agency Daltex operating expense, building costs and food supplies for senior centers, and the purchase of 3 new vehicles for senior centers. 3, in the DIB posted Exhibit E on page 2 in the 5th row, column 2, immediately before Daltex, insert to the city, underscored. 4, OMB shall provide a revised Exhibit E to accommodate this amendment. So that's the second reading, Chair, Vice Chair.
Thank you for that second reading, Shanetta. Roll call vote on the main motion with 2 amendments, or 3 amendments.
Yes, Vice Chairman, roll call vote on the main motion. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bockrady, how do you vote?
Got it. This is Delegate Amber Kenneth-Bockrady. I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bockrady votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
This is 2, Delegate Brown votes green, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Jamie Kenyo?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jamie Kenyo votes green. Vice Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative or opposing. Vice Chairman not voting. Vice Chairman?
Thank you for that, Shanetta, for the roll call vote. 5 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 not voting, which is the Vice Chair Pro Temp. This legislation 0152-22, which will be going to the next committee level, standing committee level, and then eventually to the Naval Nation Council. And those that are listening on board, appreciate that. At this point in time, I'll go ahead and turn the gavel officially over to our chair. Chair Henio, you have the gavel.
Vice Chair Smith, for taking charge of this legislation. And so I can't allow Budget and Finance Committee as we move this forward to the Navigating Committee. With this next legislation, item B, 108-22, we have the sponsor, and Delegate Eugene So on the line.
read the legislation to the record, Peggy?
Okay, this is a proposed Naval Nation Council resolution assigned to Health Education Human Services Committee.
Point of order. This is Vice Chair Smith. Point of order.
Vice Chair Smith, your point of order.
Yes, Chair Henyo, appreciate the fact that we're going into this legislation. However, there was a directive requested by Uncle Crotty, and it was mentioned that after this main motion vote that the directive would be entertained. I don't know if that language is prepared and ready to go. That was my point of order. If it's not, then I guess we can proceed with the agenda.
Thank you for reminding us, Vice Chair Smith. So with this directive, Commissioner Delegate Amber Bakari, have you sent the directive language over to Legislative Council or Legislative Council? Let me go to Legislative Council first. Legislative Council, Mr. Pahi, do you have directive language ready for the committee?
I have not received any requested amendment. Are we talking about 108, Mr. Chair?
No, 152, as there was a directive that was mentioned to be issued out to Division Community Development regarding the New Mexico chapters capital funding projects. So with this, maybe Senator Delegate Amber Crowdy, if you would email Ms. Tapahi the directive language, and therefore she'll have it ready after we hear 108-22. Would that work?
I did receive that, Mr.
Chairman.
Okay, I was with two people were talking at the same time. This question would be to Delegate Amber Crowdy, if you could respond.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Henyo. I did just now resend it back to Ms. Tapahi. I sent it out, let's see, at 1:34. Please let me know, Ms. Tapahi, if I need to resend it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Pai, have you received any type of information regarding the directive?
I do have that, Mr. Chair. I will draft that up and email that to you shortly.
Okay. We'll do that while we are debating 108-22. So at this, Peggy, if you read the 108-22 into the record.
Okay, as I was saying, this resolution has been assigned to Health Education and Human Services Committee, thence Law and Order Committee, thence Budget and Finance Committee, thence Navigatia Committee, thence Naval Nation Council. 24th Naval Nation Council, 4th year 2022, introduced by Eugene So, Prime Sponsor, tracking number 0108-22. An act relating to the Health Education and Human Services, Law and Order, Budget and Finance, and Navigatia Committees, and the Naval Nation Council, repealing 929 NNC Section 2C of the Diné Marriage Act of 2005 to uniformly recognize all marriages within the Navajo Nation and amending other provisions in Title IX related to marriage within the Navajo Nation. So thereafter you have the amended language is contained in Section 3, repealing 9 NNC Section 2C of the Diné Marriage Act of 2005. And so it's under Section 2, plural, marriage is void. Number C is overstricken, marriage between persons of the same sex is void and prohibited. And then Section 4 has a common law marriage criteria, and it amends 9 NNC Section 4E as follows. Title 9, Domestic Relations, Chapter 1, Marriage. Section 4, methods of contracting marriage. And so 1, it says present intention of the parties to underscore become spouses. Overstricken is husband and wife. 2, present consent between the is overstricken, both is underscored, parties to underscore become spouses. Overstricken is husband and wife. And so then section 5, amending marriage license form to be gender neutral of 9 NNC section 7. So Title 9, Domestic Relations, Chapter 1, Marriage, Section 7, Form. And you go down to line 28, the word man and the word woman, those are both overstricken. And then on page 7, the title marriage certificate, it's overstricken is I, the man named above, hereby take the woman named above for my lawful wife, and I, the woman named above, hereby take the man named above for my lawful husband. All that's overstricken. Line 13, man and woman is overstricken, underscored is spouses. And so, and there's a note at the end on page 14 going to 15. This paragraph may be crossed out if the parties are not married before a clergyman, medicine man, or traditionalist. So then domestic relations, chapter 3, I'm on page 8. Husband and wife are overstricken, and it says property rights and liability. And then line 17, both spouses is underscored, the husband is overstricken, or her is underscored, and then going on, or her is underscored, and then the entirety of paragraph B is overstricken, and it reads all property, both real and personal, of the wife owned or claimed by her before marriage and that acquired afterward by gift, devise, or descent, and also the increase, rents, issues, and profits thereof is her separate property. So then C becomes B, wife is overstricken, spouse is underscored, his or her is underscored, he or she is underscored, and then his or and spouse are underscored, husband is overstricken, of the wife is overstricken. Section 203, liability for debts, the words the husband or wife is overstricken, either spouse is underscored, or contracted after separation is underscored. Section 204, married, and then women is overstricken, couple is underscored, married women is overstricken, couples is underscored, and then woman is overstricken, spouse is underscored, other spouse is underscored, husband is overstricken, the woman, either spouse is underscored, he is underscored. 205, community property definition, husband or wife is overstricken, spouse is underscored, and then the wife is overstricken, either spouse is underscored, and her minor children are overstricken, he or is underscored, his or her is underscored, husband is overstricken, spouse is underscored. And then of the husband and wife is overstricken, that's on line 10. A new B section, separate property commingled with community property is still separate if it can be clearly traced and identified, and that's all underscored. Section 207, personal property disposition. Coverture is overstricken, marriage is underscored. Both parties consenting is underscored, the husband only is overstricken. Section 208, liability for community debts. Husband and wife is overstricken, either spouse is underscored, his or her spouse is underscored, the husband is overstricken. Section 209, legal capacity of married women is overstricken generally. 21 is overstricken, underscored is 18. 21 is overstricken on line 26. 18 is underscored. Accept the right to make contracts binding the community property of the husband and wife is overstricken. Section 210, necessary power of wife to contract debts. The wife may contract debts for necessaries for herself and her children upon the credit of her husband. That is all overstricken. A new section 210(1) is overstricken. And then line 5, for necessaries is overstricken for the wife and her children. Underscored is both spouses, wife and her husband. And then severally and is underscored. Common is overstricken, it becomes community, underscored. Secondly, and then each spouse is underscored. The husband and third, and upon the separate property of the wife is overstricken. So that's the reading of the changes that were made. And there are, the second report has a comment opposing. Third report has 5 comments in favor. And then the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee has a failed with no amendment. And then there's another committee report with two opposing comments that are attached. Then the Law and Order Committee has to be passed with no amendment. Chair.
Thank you, Peggy, for the reading of the legislation to the record. With this, committee members, their motion. Committee members, is there a motion? A motion going once? Their motion going twice.
Motion, Delegate Crotty.
Motion by Shinada, Delegate Pembroke and Macari. Is there a second?
This is Delegate Brown. I will second.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown, second. So we do have a motion second in place. Delegate Eugene So. Could I now just to explain your legislation to the committee?
Hey, good afternoon. Nino, can you hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Oh, it's that.
It's that's the thing we get. A lot of they all share with the student of the con. Lego. And yet, avenue. If you start on this, so each oversight. All the hall just all. Some that hall just now. I cannot saw those all none. The other cannot saw. They call on. If you start on nonsense. I'm pretty sure it's very controversial, but all the net on the need in first case even now in non-solve. Every council delegate or every chapter official and every president are called on this. So there's a question I've been asking myself. I do believe that they should come back, all our kids, but then the question is, that's my question. And then that goes into my next question. Are we, Kailan na siya huil non-stompan synonymous case. Are we discriminating tribe? When it is, this is democracy, non-strong. The bigger home such case, BNF committee. These are my questions, and these are why I feel that everyone is Navajo. Even I could only solve only eight many little. I think but we're all Navajos, and that's why could all the data Shabakad from could on non solve. He called us from his whole canal that our brothers and sisters, grandpa, grandma, mom and dad, or ye, what are a Yakudo, on this case, and Naikudo, GPGQG, family that had Kadi, to Yando Dawson, so Nikado Johnson, corn, if it's not so hot, gosh, we're in the way out there now, in a division. Something that the conduct article can question all. So I need an available article, but I need time. The Nasa or the dog, could they conquer all your short performance meeting that is things are really changing fast, and we're going forward. I don't not Nasi even now could all none of us can't have I got two agents that I want to introduce, and maybe she can say something. That's a net deal. I was excited about that. Thank you.
A question on that?
Oh, that's a net deal about my agent.
Gasheen, your agent, call your agent and have them present on that. You have the floor.
Okay, she hire that's a net deal has the car in the
I had to unmute myself. Can you hear me, Shanatani? Hello?
Say what it's, I don't know about the delegates.
Should I proceed, Delegate So? Okay, I'm told you can hear me. I'm able to speak before you. Jennifer Dale and she. Logan Sloan, a she hit Bash's chin, is a chili dash a che to a head, Jenny dash another what our aya, the nest sun schniddle. I see to hatchy, the baby to will ye the other Nasha. So, University of Mexico, I'm a professor and chair of American Studies, and I'm delighted to speak in support of this legislation. And I urge your vote to repeal the Denied Marriage Act of 2005. When I first heard of the 2005 legislation to affirm marriage as between a man and a woman, I was dismayed because through my years as an educator, for over 30 years, I came into communication with many of our young relatives, young and old, who struggled with acceptance because of who they are as members of the lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, queer, and two-spirit communities, Diné and Indigenous people. I was very sympathetic to their concerns and learned about the discriminations they suffered and continue to suffer because of who they are. Even though the Navajo Nation passed the Denied Marriage Act in 2005, Our relatives who do not seem to conform to the prevailing view about what is normative, what seems to be the natural order, is challenged by our relatives who insist that they belong to our families, our kinship networks, and our nation, and I agree with them. My years as a scholar of Diné studies with an expertise in feminisms and gender, where I started with research into the traditional leadership roles of our women, then led me down the path of learning more about genders beyond the feminine and the masculine. My research taught me that traditionally Diné acknowledged more than two genders, and this is reflected in our creation narratives about the Nudle who brought together the men and women after they had an argument. I asked my late father, Frank Nez, who was a healer in the NAC tradition and who followed the Nez ceremonies and prayers asked him about the Nudle in our creation stories, and explained to him how our relatives today draw upon this figure to support who they are as LGBTQI two-spirit. As my dad told me about the Nudle and how they had been once respected in our kin network, his voice changed to express his appreciation for them, for they are said to be the mediators and negotiators in our communities. Nudle were skilled at many things, including weaving and holding sacred ceremonial knowledge. Today in our times, our relatives look to this story about the Nudle to affirm their places in our families and communities. I learned that grandparents are often the ones who accept their grandchildren who are gender different. I've been told many times by our young LGBTQI two-spirit that they find acceptance from their grandparents. I've been told many times by our young people that they find acceptance from their grandparents. This is an important point because I believe that our elders make the connection between the traditional narratives about Nudle and their grandchildren. Many of them understand that we once acknowledged more than two genders. The legislation before you does not change or alter Navajo Nation code regarding marriage between a man and a woman. Neither does it challenge or change the belief that marriage is sacred. Rather, the legislation affirms the rights of all citizens, including those who express a different gender identity. By revising the marriage code, the legislation allows for the rights of all our citizens to be protected. They will have the protections and rights that many of us who are heterosexual take for granted, such as the right to take what we take as entitlements that come with marriage, such as health benefits, access to spaces reserved for couples who are heterosexual. Their families will enjoy the resources of the Navajo Nation that other citizens enjoy. It's time to move beyond declarations that the Council is not tasked with changing this code. In 2005, your body made it Council business with the Marriage Act, and it did not do so by referendum. A Council delegate submitted a resolution. Today, as the Council has done since it was formed as a legislating body of the Navajo Nation, it has attended to legislation regarding marriage and family. These issues have been addressed and put into code by the Council. It is now before you to address the resolution to repeal the Diné Marriage Act of 2005, and I urge you to do so as an act of good faith, that you respect and honor all of our relatives, regardless of their gender identity. It's time to affirm the rights of all of our citizens to live happy and prosperous. I do want to say that the resolution doesn't repeal, what it repeals about the Marriage Act are specific wording that was read into the record, and it doesn't, it continues to affirm marriage, and I think that's an important part. So lastly, I commend Delegate Eugene So for his sensitivity and his understanding that to repeal the Diné Marriage Act is simply the right thing to do. Thank you for listening to me. I appreciate it. Yeah.
So, Delegate Eugene So, on your presentation on this legislation.
I got another young lady that is also having, her name is Jose Fafalau. I pray I pronounce it right closely, or if not, I ask for forgiveness. Josie.
Gashina, your next agent, have the floor. Shananta, Delegate Eugene So, call upon your next agent.
Senator, press star 6.
Chair Himio, do we have any other presenters for this legislation? I don't hear anybody.
Right, I don't think so. So Shananta, Delegate Eugene So, I should put it on your presentation. That way I can to the committee for questions.
I forgot to star 6. Or not his agent, I don't. He's on the phone somewhere, but she's trying to get on, I guess. Okay, I'm for this right now. Maybe while the questions, she might help me with the questions also. Thank you.
Kasi kaya Shananta, kuno ni legislation kuno ni tatonin so sige. Although we do have a motion second on the floor. With this, the Budget and Finance Committee, are there any questions?
This is Delegate Brown.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown, the yes floor.
Oyate, do Hehet Doles, Quegi Shananta, Delegate Eugene Sir, so Hehet Dita, Legislation 0108-22. Repealing Title 9 of the Dene Marriage Act of 2005. Shikodo Eya Didabahades a Shido DB cases Nele Nakaalchen do Nakikain Leni a Dide Nakabe cases Zindo Dashno. Quegi Dai Netlanda Twidenisje o Honitlo Tla Anke we Bamado, Bamayas do Betay Khanje, and then Dashadesh Kid. Delegate Brown, what is your stance on LGBTQ and how do you support us? One of the very few questions, and the young gentleman was really emotional. I was explaining my support for our Nadle Delba community. Okoho Eya Kut ye Khatahasi do Nashate Kit Adondo Khatashaho. There's a really good organization, the Dene Equality Navajo LGBTQ organization, as well as other studies by Dene College under Dene Policy Institute collecting data. Ado Navajo Nation Human Rights Commission have collected data also. Ado din kahas tuido sani nabedekit haishno sindilachit ehno I'm very happy to report that, and including my father, like Dr. Jennifer Dinette has confirmed that the natle ni klinigi a nikinan nishinka nilyado akutan dankitisha. We are born this way. We are born perfectly, and we belong to each other. Ado kedi nikya, kedi no dat akut any nikidene bahit. Do we discriminate against our lesbian, gay, transgender individuals who are dene e hajo pahuin sendo slato nihe khailan ki khadadotsi khailan ki khadotsi tanzen akoho deya kut ati de sa beda nati ai khadilya ge ya kut akoho. It's today in Budget and Finance Committee, 2 historic legislations. One was for the budget of over $2 billion, and then one, here we are with this revising Title IX. I know before, when we introduced other legislations, there has been questions about the role of the LGBTQ in the military, in the school, in adopting family members, young family members, the suicide rate, the health care, the equality in their workplace. Right now, my understanding is currently one of our attorneys with Navajo Nation Department of Justice recently, or actually a few months ago, had to leave the Navajo Nation because he this law was not implemented to help them in their medical and access to medical insurance for same-sex partners. And imagine how many of our LGBTQ that can benefit and have that. Sorry, I'm hearing noise in the background. So, Digi. It's the equality piece that this legislation is talking to. I can hear some background noise. I'm not sure if that's you, Chairman Hinio. Staff, if you can help me mute them. Cases and all a quidja nashi. But the other thing that I want to talk about is the property rights and liability that on page 8 it talks about some of this very important information where there's no equality laws, the outdated systems and on the Navajo Nation, we have a lot of catching up to do, especially in this area of the Same-Sex Marriage Act, the equality laws, the hate crimes, the access to healthcare with same-sex partners, even down to the last moment of a person's life to have access to that person legally. Now, natle tani kliniki ona yahasen di ent ehtankete no ekut anki yataho hashit asa akondesa nikite nebezentas. Imagine some of our own Navajo young girls and boys, teenagers, young adults who have took their own life because of the shame, the abuse, the ridicule, the belittling, the non-existent of expressed to our LGBTQ community. I think we have come to a point after, being in this pandemic, she said that we will never give up on each other. This is such a historic legislation for a good part of our population on Navajo, off Navajo. We want to be seen for how we are born, and to I wouldn't say, maybe for some instances, accepted, and to be treated as humans, as dene. For I know a lot of us, we contribute to Navajo society. A lot of us pay our taxes. We help raise our nieces and nephews. We help care for our elderly parents. We take care of sheep and livestock. We chop woods. We work. We help our relatives. Some of us are the only ones that are remaining on the Navajo Nation fighting to make our home where we live a better place. We choose to take pay cuts, be homeless, and to take crumbs only to help our people and put on here jopa. Akoho ashhodesha shanant adano thini de belanda de tlesto. Imagine the amount of healing this legislation will bring to our people. How do we know there is a young Navajo boy and a young Navajo girl, or a man, a woman who is born perfectly as LGBTQ, who might be contemplating on taking their life? I'm saying this because I have been on way too many walks on suicide prevention. That's where in 2015 and 16, Building Communities of Hope was created, was to help people of all kinds who are suffering on and off the Navajo Nation. I would really encourage my colleagues and everyone listening to contact us delegates with your support, your prayers, that this legislation 0108-22 does pass in this committee, and then it's going to go to Nabik, and then it will finally go to the whole Navajo Nation Council as a body, and then it will move forward to President, the executive branch, for his signature or his veto. There is a lot of work that Delegate So and many others have put into this. And then even the former in our legislative council has worked diligently on this and in contacting numerous organizations as well. So let's heal our people. And if we're gonna talk about including love thy neighbor, including I'm really interested to know that if there is any organized religion or way of life that says, that can publicly or in black and white state that LGBT community, that we are less human than anyone, Ashin dida, egg bandaged dida, kedi nini, johat arch and then bahilzi. Ado Ashin di kehpenach na o kanto a quaggy. Di naspit ne be la dot les ado ne laden ne kinant a quaggy yeah landa dot les a cohinson. So a could kid to the Budget and Finance Committee and to all our relatives. There is a lot to be said about this legislation. I know there's going to be a lot of important questions, and I hope that they are being asked. And any type of education, there are organizations out there that can provide that. And then looking at other tribes, what they have actively done, as well as the states and around the world, how we are, Navajo Nation is really behind in this area, protecting our LGBTQ community, our Nutle community, who have been ignored. And there's a big shame piece that comes with this. And it is not the shame on the LGBTQ people. I think it is sometimes the amount of how secure we are with each other. I think this legislation directly will reflect the laws on repealing the Dene Marriage Act and then providing additional laws of protection in the workplace, in the medical place, hospital settings, etc. So again, yeah, this to me, and a lot of people, this is a historic day. We live in this historic time that, there's a really amazing, wonderful saying that, love is love, but the neck echigosha, kehwin to know ket that, it's ahot a dang hitish proud to represent our LGBTQ community on the Navajo Nation on the council floor. It is a huge honor for me, and I thank the Diyindane for making me perfect and giving me this voice on the council floor to speak for not just our LGBTQ community, but our young people who fall through the cracks, who do not receive help, because I was once there also. That's a part of who I am and this platform on this council. So thank you for this time, and Budget and Finance Committee, the 24th Navajo Nation Council. And I'm also the co-sponsor for this legislation. I did just about an hour ago sign this legislation to be a co-sponsor as well. So the advocate seating dole, ahonso dole, yeah.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown, there are comments. The Budget and Finance Committee, any further comments, questions?
Chairman Tenyo, this is Delegate Crotty with a question.
You have your floor.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, I appreciate it. Delegate Eugene So, thank you for sponsoring this legislation, and with your agent, Dr. Jennifer Dennett-Dell. My question is regarding comparing. You had sponsored a similar legislation, and when it was brought before Budget and Finance, you withdrew that legislation. I am trying to understand what were then the changes or modifications from that former legislation to the current, and because what I need to know is, in some of the concerns that are being raised
how are you providing that education to the public if they want to know more about this current legislation, and what are going to be some of the changes that may impact them. So if you could provide me an update in terms of what are the changes from the legislation that was withdrawn and this current legislation. Thank you, Chairman Henyo, committee members.
Thank you for the question. So, Shnanda, Delegate Eugene So, Kadoya Nadikit, Delegate Amber Bakari. So, if you respond to her question, after that, I'll defer to Delegate Elmer Pidigay. Kadoya Shnanda, Delegate Eugene So, Nahaljish. Delegate Eugene So.
Ayo, at the session. So, this is in general, it mostly seems that it's the marriage license. I don't have the other one, but I have the recent one here. But the main purpose that I would do is what are next because it was going into more details. I would do it. That's the main purpose because what our council you have to open now. So the only thing that are really in is the way we see is already in there. But it seems that that shit sort now. Only thing that we're really after is trying to change is the western part of marriage. At order it's there. We just go through the motion sometimes. But like I said, the things are changing and also the laws are changing because even today our young leaders, our young lawyers are requesting us to change the Title I. Rescind it. The Chile chapter already written a resolution approving to rescind the Title I. I'm shit whole cost right now. And I didn't want it to go into that route. All I'm asking for is legislation only asking for your heart, your respect, and your faith and trust and love. Even now it changed so but without any education, the need none especially religious part of it. But again, we all divided. Religious religious so quite because like I said, things going to change. And I one thing I really want is our people. These are our people. There's no other word that I can say. This is ours. and he calls Honorable Brown that's how he lived, and that's not really called for on the Navajo Nation. How far are we going to go with that kind of attitude against our LGBTQ family? Because it shows us from to get them because that's it. Oh, you're trying any one all the way back into the arts and the South arts, that we're trying to find a way to not get these people to be these LGBTQs to tell them they're not allowed. We're going to forever discriminate them. That's the reason why I don't want to go that route. All I want is our heart to tell these people are our people, and they're ours, and we're part of them. They're the shit that I can't stand up. Like I said, that's all I'm asking for you, for the council delegate. Their heart, that's the only thing I'm asking for. But I couldn't change of it. It is a could open it. Eleni, see, Marshall Pizza, you had it, Eleni, village, it's a bit say, hold on. The baby said that's not it. Isn't there with how I had in there, other year, another year, and it's needle, cautions, so we can't hot, not on it, and it's a thing, it don't see it, the needle. That's really out of the way for me. I don't know why. Maybe it's the reason for how I grew up. All nonsense is such a get so you should model his hot eggy on such a yacht argument than the next time is long and then that is leg on that hardy. So why are we discriminating them? The only thing I'm asking for is the heart of the Navajo Nation Council to have faith and trust and love for LGBTQ family, and let us all be the same. I say all our rights, the same rights as I don't know what a normal is to me. I actually stand up in so in this case. So how should I listen to how they sing on this? I don't know. I don't want to say their name, but they're not normal. No, that makes me feel somehow. It really hurted me. We just need to kind of shock. Like, oh, they're not normal, or they're not normal. Hush, don't suspect either. All I'm asking is for your heart to really consider this. You know, it is unchanged kid. Crowdy. I'm sorry to not go tell you word for word what you wanted, but I guess if you put two together, compare it, the only more changes, or the marriage license. And some areas for it on his or her man and the wife that they yes on Dalia. It is yes so about husband got all ash talking has no but yaki today. So I again LOC I saw getting that so about husband over get it out think so shape with the snow easy to understand, apprehend and comprehend and go forward with it and improving it. Thank you. Thank
you, I'll get Eugene So for the response. Going back to the committee for those Budget and Finance Committee, Delegate Elmer P. begin.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
But it's asking.
Hello? We can hear you.
Kasina down. Yes, it's members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Aroshinado, Delegate Eugene So has twins little and he does not. The tweets and lean, only those tweets are the day cost the day. Just saw the same. In Nigi, neither say. You must only trade Nigi. In Nigi, you trade must on ages and so. Thank you. No, he had a hole. A call a
kan jag beka det jag i nane dato nane kafling så kommer det. Vad det sen link så kommer. Jag beka har jag andra swindle jag nan så. Det är bara hon zi då sin hot. Aron det bara hot så sin så det i sin så det behövs anik att det så det är att det är inte you know you have to reevaluate yourself. Alltså vad är chansen så in the question condition is the law. It's inte you say ben intention så ada det has det. Och ju sen ni där det har risiko. Så den leder det jag har sitt hot in det då no. Det har snäck in jag syns till det har snäck. Och syns det sen ni då ni tror det syns det har så. Syns det har det jag har en lite kode. أشياء كيف بيجين ورجعت إنجل ليلة كهذا إنجل نيله تأجين جغار نيله إيش بعد هالصن إيش إنجل بعد هذا شو لو هاد أنجل كهذا إن أنتين ده يتوزن ده إذا كهذا هذا هل جيشو جي بعد تصمم ده شيء إيه خارج عشان تقعد إيه نص لاقي هذا شيء ده إيه بشين إيجا إيه بعد真正是都可真理的多嘞，可大家真理的多嘞时候，然后现在也你考的现在是哪哦，这边哪很是哦，然后你考试拉中去，然后呢其实拉中的，那是考试啊个，因为看的是那个，那点是那样的是呢，对也他的那我呢说的是那个，这ich habe doch noch so gegeben. Ich bin doch hatte er sind doch da sind an ja dann klar nicht belast leider nicht. Ich habe noch ja ich habe da gerade ja nicht واللي هاجي بهني نانجي تو خالد عنانا أصلاً بهني نا هو هي هذا أصلاً هذا يداس أبا هزينو أصلا هذا إيداس first of all يهود هي إني ما نجاه هاللون يهود أدي هذا إيداس يهود جوابان تزكيزا هذا لا إشاعة تنزل له إدي هذا إشاعة هذا the first one يهود هي هما هاللون جاه هاللون يهود أدي خدي دو تشيل تشيل دو قار يهود إن هذا اليادو يهود هي هو ko ishi hado de zunzun da se ishi hatin lido ishi ado I ba hotel yado I ba chat no sin da si olie yo si bitsia olie da ishi bitil sin olie so sa lini na da ha oti do sa se na si da ile arabes ba sa an bi yado di sa do yaki ba ja hodne واللي حكي تو دي صادفة إني كنت سويدا ثاني صدق جندا هذا إيش صاد ديس إنك واللي حكي إيه هت لكو ما question كتو ليدو اللي يعني ده صح أو ديس اللي كهو إيه كويس صاد اللي بيجي هذا كويس كده يعني وجيكو هني زيكو أصلا إيه كويس نايت ديسكيل إيه نايت ديسكيل خليت إباهنتو خليت أبلن دهزنتو إلا أتلني لا نسون بانسس كيسكو أيديا تو إذا إبكيسن سليدو تو إذا إيه بيت آج إتليدو إيه إتكاتو كأدي أنا إتشكت خادلا خليت لانسون خايش خادش أوليا تو أديا إيه بانسس كيسكو كأي نات له تسلمي كأينسه إلا خيط أولية أولية خاشت إيه هود هود أدولي خاشت دي إيه هود إيه نتله تلينا تطحنا هود أبغى يدخل هو أو يبنايدش كده خليت أولية خلاجت إيه هود أدولي لا كأيدي أو بنايدش كده عشان إيدي يبنايدش كده اللي خليت جاي هن باصل له إبت ده يا إيه هن تدرس إيه إبك يكون دين ده خالص ده يا in the house lane zade so then the year on in the house net no but it I don't have to the hello then the I did that no why they I thought in I just kid they even I just kid the shin na I shin the shin ne I hasn't come I want to do that
Kashin Kelas and they'll get 19 Kirigi. I look at the Shay Shinaban the Shato. And they'll get you so.
So le oh you oh that's I committee I na at kidi Elena said this killen so isn't go Chile is just school is in the young there I she all it all has a new not kindle the snow a caution certification and the dean but it's all your certification so Jagans has a niggy had trashy that only had either saw that only had either a corner so she sound a quite or I don't know about this case in the visual no in need this conscious no a cut a cook if I say it then say oh now just saw sort of the tralo case must send isn't the has not on the other certificate I say in time in such a certificate has on the other stay on but
border
so in that year
They'll get Eugene so hold on.
Yeah.
Point of order. I'm conditioning that. I'm a PDG. Point of order.
Yeah, point of order. I thought in I just kid you always get a quite idea. Certificate do I later but not just kid educational diet but not just kid. Idea yeah.
A question and that they'll get I'm a PDG. Condition and that they'll get Eugene so though. That's not good in identification. So maybe I today respond later with I additionally in the PDG. And that's they'll get Eugene so.
Question. Of course, art is not today. Even though you said art 80 at lean this art, even now, and I said this kidding, I'm gonna just prefer that to Dr. The net deal. Thank you.
Doctor, the net
Can you
deal.
hear me? Hello, yes, this is Jennifer Denetdale. In response to Mr. Elmer Begay's question about the origins of Nutley, I am a scholar who has spent time studying the creation narrative. I've talked to people who know more than me, traditional practitioners, people who know the stories of our origins better than I do, but I did spend time learning more about the Nutley. Your question is about the origins of Nutley. So I'm going to refer to an article by an anthropologist written in 1930s, W.W. Hield. He writes about meeting a Nutley in our society, in one of our communities in the 1930s. He said this was a person who physically was biologically a man, but this person was dressed as a woman. And he said when some schoolboys, some Navajo boys who had come back from boarding school walked past the Nutley, they made fun of her. And then she went back home and she changed back into masculine clothes, men's clothes. And so the anthropologist then says, by the 1930s, we have forgotten, the net had forgotten that we had a third, fourth, and even fifth gender, meaning that some of us don't identify based on our body. And my understanding and my education, my research tells me that as Delegate as Delegate Brown has indicated, we're born that way. That's how we're born, the way in which we identify. Sometimes it doesn't match our body. Our ceremonial stories tell us that we acknowledged genders beyond the masculine and the feminine, what you would call men or women, but they often identify that doesn't fit their body. And so my understanding is that we've always had these stories, and that we've always had people who didn't identify the way that we think we're supposed to, that they've always been part of our society. I asked my father, who was a healer, he understood the ceremonial stories, he understood prayers. When I asked him about the Nutle, his voice changed visibly to me. I heard him with respect say that a Nutle was a person who, when a family had a Nutle in their family, they were truly a fortunate family, because this person was highly skilled in knowledge and talents. And that's what I understand now. You apply that to the contemporary time, where we have some of our citizens who desire to have a family just like anybody else, and they are family, they are our community members. They want to be acknowledged and have the same rights that many of us take for granted. And as Delegate Brown pointed out, they're restrained and constricted because they aren't allowed those same things that we take for granted. And so, Mr. Begay, that's my understanding of the origins of third, fourth gender in our society. It's always been there, And so thank you very much for listening to me.
Responding like us and
Chair, Delegate Begay. Hello.
Are you still with us?
Oh, I'm still here.
That's complete your response, Nanda.
They muted me.
Delegate Eugene, so does that complete your response?
I think so, but not on the if we're going to go into the next session, since a case has tried to me, everybody has scaled it down. These are beyond all either. Let all these things in the bizarre or the thoughts inside. Needed or chong has scaled there. What I get see in this phone, I would not allow the show. But if you want to go to touch say, that would more be feasible for that one. Thank you.
Eugene, so although going back to the committee, Budget and Finance Committee, I don't get the gay. Again. Okay.
Oh, I can't know. Can you hear me? I can hear you. Hello. Okay, so now that's it. Chair I don't members. I don't legislation in it all. I don't miss the neck down. City don't mention as a bunch like what it's in persisting to the class national level. He did had other what it actually has never. That's all, yeah. But fortunate that I went into some ceremonies and I don't after some the one share that's all year that's in class so just it's so that's how I am. So it could but my question get other didn't really other yeah senate 실천을 하다 한듯이 바스티시 전에 신나 또 바스티시 대신 아니 하시다 나나 리서 바스티 우리가 또 이거 아재 비지 한내 또 아재 배시 한내 전화도 넷도 거시 바스티시 바네 이라고 예 거신 가시 바네 또 곧 엘라고 곧 in the band hakisen lego idi hot ella nana ado hat cheto lisnida so adeli adsi to bigashi hat ida hat nisle say I'm down for it shan the deal jashi ade na khide na de shale ko to shi o nida so ado ko hat chet bigin da shi ado has ito lis isha to nisin sa ado lis so bigashi so ta jo ani only if it's going to go there for go hand that the I'm the article she so what error this go I'll wait for that then I go on it on so do
Frustration with online or in and out, you're trying to get in.
Call for the question for a vote.
Vote, yes, vote.
I can't, I'm trying, I don't know who somebody. Ramona, roll call vote.
Chairman Henyo, this is Delegate Crotty.
In addition to that, I call for the question. What's yes for?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. There were some technical issues. I was hearing delegates and others. Chair, my question to Delegate Eugene. So we do have a request for either a public hearing or a session where there could be a further discussion regarding this legislation and understanding and possible amendments. What could we do as a sponsor to accommodate that request, to go over some of the language that we've received amendments for? That would be my question, Chairman Henyo. If there's opportunity to have a type of public either hearing or dialogue to go over some of the changes and then to consider some of the amendments that are being proposed. Chairman Henyo, thank you.
So this defer back to Shanta. Delegate Eugene so could I not take the public hearing? Question even a say could I if not take the Delegate Eugene so you have the floor.
Can you hear me, Henyo?
Oh, what is that?
Okay, so is the amendment yet? I don't know what is being proposed yet. I haven't seen it on my phone yet. I don't the public hearing. That's what we're trying to get our LGBTQ family, our family, out of that situation where people can fight and say words that are not uncalled for. See that happen a public hearing. I don't really favor the public hearing. It can't never not need needle this. Never got down, never be on there. People had up a sin every young, but you're not needing or those sewer, which is not to never know how to talk. I want this family to be a family. 8 Ivan Fiskis, even now, probably here you do Bunsen. It is what there's a hot out of say, or soon to be all named. But that's just giving the people what they want to say about LGBTQ. I thought the whole I can date those comments. So I don't want to go through those situations. They are humans. Without saying bad or good things about them, they are humans. And we just have to, it's really up to us right now as a council to make them human. Thank you. Thank you.
Delegate.
So hard. Look, I'm in a bad movie.
Daniel, you still give a
Chairman Hinio, are you still on the call? Perhaps Vice Chair Smith, if you're on the call, could you please step up and lead the meeting, please?
Get a couple of steaks. The steaks okay?
If not,
like ribeye.
If not, then maybe we could have Shadeja Ambercrotty. Can you step up and be the pro tem, please, during this discussion?
This is Vice Chair Smith. I was muted.
Okay.
Here.
Vice Chair, go ahead. Tijia Elmer Begay has a question or a comment.
Okay, so Vice Chair Delegate Smith, other members of the Budget and Finance Committee, I'd like to suggest a motion, and my motion is going to be what my delegate Eugene So mentioned that there's certain things that we cannot say or is very critical, and there's a lot of things that's sensitive to go into deeper details. So he requested to have a sweat launch to go in there. I would to go further with that. He's inviting us to be there, so maybe I'm gonna go ahead and make that motion to have that sweat and to go to invite us there into his sweat. I don't know that I'll go further with that and then suggest that my motion to have that and to go further until that we're going to go further with it to move forward. I guess you could say that this is an opportunity. This is very sensitive and things like that. I think if he suggested he's an elderly person for us, and then if he suggested, I would respect that to have that engage with our motion distance to down. I'll get Smith.
Yes, I'm not following along on your motion there. You motioned to do an amendment. Back to Honorable Begay.
I'm not sure if you were on there, just to go. Delegate So mentioned that to have a sweat is very sensitive issues we have, and we shouldn't be talking over like the phone and because you get the back negatives. It's not appropriate, no. So if we want to go further discussing this, I prefer to go into sweat. No, yeah. So that's what I with that respect. I just with that respect, I just wanted to go into. Maybe after that, we can go further with it. Just wanted to suggest that to make a motion for that.
What I never heard of was went into SWIT.
We're not dealing with the resolution.
Could someone please mute your phone?
Chair Smith?
Oh, she's done? Go ahead.
Yeah, somebody's in the, I know that, I think they don't like what I'm suggesting. So it's been really, disrespectful when Budget and Finance, this is our meeting, and the legislation is before us. If it's appropriate to do that, I'm not the one that said that. The sponsor up in there, he suggested that to have that. So I was just going along with that. Chair Smith.
Oh, yes, we're trying to clarify that under the rules of order. How does that fall into place? Legislative Council, call upon you to give us guidance on this recommendation from the sponsor of this legislation. And what I know is that if we're going into executive session, it would be a motion. But to go into a SWIT type, could you clarify that? Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair, is the question, can the committee go into executive session at this time to discuss this legislation? Legislation number 0108-22 because it is deemed sensitive? Is that the question?
This is Ms. Vobroff. I think I can answer the question. So the way I'm following the conversation, Delegate Eugene So, when asked by Delegate Crotty about whether there was going to be a public forum or such, Delegate So's response was he felt that it would be more appropriate, better served for there to be a sweat. Now we have Delegate Elmore Begay attempting to, requesting to do an amendment or requesting for a directive to support there being a sweat to discuss this legislation. So that's how I'm following things so far. As far as there being a mechanism at the Budget and Finance Committee to require VA sweat, Budget and Finance Committee doesn't have that true authority to direct that there be a sweat. The Budget and Finance Committee could table the legislation until a sweat takes place, but the legislation will still move on to the next committee, which I believe it next goes to Navi. So that's how I understand things, and that is I'm recommending that there is no mechanism to actually require that. Back to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for explaining that and giving us the
procedures and on this legislation. Back to Honorable Sta Begay. What Ela on this behalf, so I'll give the floor back to you.
Chair Smith, Delegate Begay.
Oh, go ahead. You have the floor.
You gave the okay. Yeah, that's the way we understood what Dana brought it out again. That's how we understood Mr. Delegate. Sorry, with that respect, I just wanted to go along with that. If it's appropriate, if he's an elderly and then he's my brother, and if he advises us to have a further discussion is going to sweat, I would go according to that. Maybe to do the I don't know how to go about that. Part of it is to make a motion to go along with Delegate Eugene So's request. I will make that motion.
A point of order, Budget and Finance Chair.
The point of order, although that by Honorable Daniel Brown. What's your point of order?
My point of order is according to the rules and the Budget and Finance Committee rules, this is not any of the provisions. But if we go back to the legislation itself, I'm wondering where Shana is. I know that that's what Delegate Eugene So stated, but it sounds like a sweat and anything like that. Of course, that is always welcome. But when we're looking at the body of legislation 0108-22, I'm wondering how in this body of the legislation he is referring to. But I don't think any of this is referring to the body of the legislation. So I just like to continue for this legislation to move forward. Certainly, the gentleman can entertain a sweat and continue this conversation because that's always does happen. They're repealing the Denied Marriage Act. So that's what I'm interested in. So Chair, if you can keep us in order to the body of the legislation. I know there are comments that were made by other delegates, but that's my comprehension and my understanding of this.
Thank you for that explanation on behalf of the point of order, Honorable Daniel Brown. The contents of the legislation is basically how the presenter had brought it up earlier, and there is some sensitive things that were also included that we can't discuss accordingly to what the request from Shida on and also tonight for this legislation. So at this point in time, I think I'm going to turn this over to Legislative Council to give us a clear understanding of how we should proceed with this. Legislative Council?
Vice Chair Smith is Daniel.
Chair Haney is back. I'll turn the gavel back over to Chair Haney. Chair Haney, you have the gavel.
Yeah, that's not Vice Chair Smith. I just my internet acting up on me here, so I dropped off for a while, but I got back on to listen to the conversation. And thank you for taking over. I hope I don't lose signal again here. But as far as the motion for to request for a sweat lodge meeting with the sponsor, that request, that comment was made by Delegate to Delegate Elmer P. Begay. And I believe to set a time and date for a sweat lodge meeting. I really don't think it should take a motion to vote. With a motion, it'd be up to the committee to decide how they want to handle that motion. So, Delegate Elmer P. Begay and Delegate Eugene, so contact each other and set up a date and time for the sweat lodge to talk things out. I thought as we need to move forward with the legislation, we can go to a vote. And so I'll be here.
This is Delegate Yellowhair, Chairman.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair.
Well, I can't about it. Any Yegon, it's not on side chest. I did it. About it. Any Jimmy Yellowhair and Shetty team are in Asha. Majority said that this. Either token is in a tourist in Bashing. And that seems to say that it was gone, so that's another. I can't close so. In the Hakudo, you bring this legislation. The net or the necessary or the thunder sons to kill their only. It does don't know. A what are in the ink sauce. A cocoa shady coto to dark it are not our intan. You didn't nest. Will call it outside giving and tinny chin her car. Here, your back on it, and the there's on the night. There is your back on Santo. She cared as he had no. Just 300. The master my yards the hell at it a hello. He had cast it a hello, the hell on it as it's that cast in a has click. Deep in that in test case. Asha unable to connect, say, without a non late or without one take. But ego even test case declare. City Corona 2080. Nta to nta. Cotton kinal tapan at the hello to eat the hello to eight a heloniki. Egg got in a tinny in test case. Nobody will persuade my body, my mind too. Because I should be in test case about this shot. I don't want to be criticized. I will never criticize how you vote. I will vote what's right. The nation tinny. Every car this shot. She ate at it a hello, but she started a hello. Nothing to see it at it. I'm down see it at it. Did over this. On it, over oida near down. David on this case. The nation tinny nothing next time. Eroba your snether is done. It's today shot. Anna shot, you call the touch shape it out that nanny. I thought that this eight and they could take. Father, it had Chevy, had it, no, the hello, I thought this is eight all that, eight up on it original or dark only. Ebe, I put the Zenki, Epic Ayata, il day, or what does it say? Can I touch it on it? Isn't it? She chaos out than it, the building dark in dark, had cars, in law, It the question later has what are they? It had said and it can't she kept those because she that she cousin brother the city eta inta that hat shape hat to hot it is the hot time hot earlier hajon ya il te hot sete ya echo itabel hit ni ho ya as it is castel like epe when and dalte because he it had say what it about this thing so it don't need resolution or say or on this or this check out this ali shebe shortly not on I vote why I believe so I don't want to be asked to be pleased to Ashmos that Edo is a sonation. She action Neshada is an event, a case, a cohon son is a hospital. Our court scale had not Ashi. Shepton, what are the Zorka has done. In fact, is a nebe in Anike, not Edo hit I, Sansi kiss, Hajin Hayat Ebe, vote ilnite, Edo, a shade of a commentina. She was not at Daz. Ja, das also in spelt lang with obehate. Then it's a hospital the here chairman and all was chairman Carmen Loyal since it's and that's the term. Thank you. That's what floor is not answered and then last is not equal legislation 0108-22. The all you and Kayashakati what egg though. Here by Jensen could always also died or and Halet or Yellow case and she what are the about this? Thank you for the floor, Chairman Henry. Yeah.
Chairman Hinio, are you still on the call with us? Angela? Vice Chair Smith, are you still on the call?
Oh, I'm still here. I'm listening, waiting for Chair Henio.
I believe his call dropped.
Negotiation on that. Thank you, Che, for providing some insight on your behalf. A call. Nandada Nosenigi, is there any questions for this legislation? Budget and Finance Committee member.
Pro Tem, this is Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Crotty, you have the floor.
Yes, Pro Tem. Thank you. I appreciate that. I have received, comments from Mr. Leonard Livingston, and so it's attached to the legislation. And his challenge to me was answering his questions and his analysis of the legislation. And so my hope is from this discussion is Delegate Eugene So can provide some insight into some of Mr. Livingston's concern, and that will help. That's why I think, and I had asked for a public hearing or information, and I recognize that then that could create a hostile environment, but I think I'm strongly suggesting that there should be more public awareness and education in what is actually in the legislation and answering some of the questions as to some of the findings. We know that and this is the hard thing when it comes to findings, that's not the resolution, that's not the legal language, but it looks like a lot of the challenges are to the findings. And so I'm not sure if that's where a lot of opposition is coming in from, or is there actual concern for the amendments that are being proposed, like the over-stricken language and the underlined stricken. I'm not sure at this point if our constituents understand where areas of the laws will be changed, and then where parts of this tracking legislation just provide some findings that were provided by either the sponsor or the researchers helping with this legislation. This is a very controversial legislation, according to the sponsor, and I have to defer to him if he is receiving information where he feels like this legislation is becoming controversial. And so I'd like to know from the sponsor, what type of resources or support do you need to provide additional information? What I'm hearing from my colleagues is, and I agree, there's nothing that we could say on the floor of this council to change one's values or interpretation of the legislation. And that is where my concern is. As delegates, we're looking at this through a personal lens rather than a policy or changing law lens. And how then can we include the voices of our community members who want to have the opportunity to have a say or to have a position on this legislation? And is there room to have an amendment for a referendum so that more information could be provided, and that we brought in who is part of this discussion, and how can we be inclusive to get a majority of our citizens involved, ask questions, and then they can ultimately have the say in how we move forward with this legislation that's before this committee. In hearing some of the response and some of because I can't answer these questions that were provided, and I can't answer in terms of other areas that our citizens and constituents are bringing up. So I wanted to ask that question: what is the sponsor's goal, or how to proceed and move forward to be more inclusive so that other individuals can provide additional information, and then widen the pool for how this legislation moves forward from the vote from the people themselves and having them decide. Thank you, Chair and committee members.
Thank you again on that. DNF committee members, any other questions?
Chair, this is Dana. I would like to bring something up, if I might.
I'll go ahead and recognize you, Dana. Go ahead, you may proceed.
Thank you. I just want to urge caution as far as Judge Livingston goes, and his comments and his request. It is Judge Livingston. He is a Navajo Nation judge, There is some judicial canyon. It's actually canyon number 9 of judicial conduct, and just the title of it or the summary of it. A Navajo Nation judge shall not lobby or advocate any position before a legislature or administrative agency unless done in conjunction with the judicial activity or to improve this Navajo Nation judicial system. So I just want to urge caution. I will be sending an inquiry to the Chief Justice as to whether Judge Livingston's comments are in line with this canon. So I just wanted to bring that up so that you don't get blind smacked by that if something comes back from the Chief Justice. Thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Budget Finance Committee members, any other questions?
Pro Tem, I did ask my question to Delegate So as sponsor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Delegate
Roddy. Let me turn the floor over to Shinai, and then I'll go back to Sta. Shinai, so honorable. You have the floor.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can.
I was talking to myself. I'm not going to try to answer any question of course to the judge. There's only been none again. I just need to try dinner. A bit alcohol. I just did all this. So I don't know about the referendum, etc. I would like to ask Dana if that's part of it. But and the other one touch he kid. But all that's it. Right over just he all the and this committee on has squeen has yadan chinde net all the out of the forest a sacred mountains it the things that yadan chinde when and came about no a credit they have see that was just an example even now could that taxation does need a or that be has see taxation almost need has see so credit over in that case so I would like that answer from Dana if a referendum vote is what was also in the Judge Livingston's not source. Before I can answer, thank you.
Going back to Sta, I'm going to begin. You got the floor. FYI, my phone's ready to died. I don't have a charger, so if it goes,
this is Delegate Brown with some comments. Vice Chair.
Then I'll recognize Honorable Brown after Honorable Elmer Begay. Sta, you have the floor.
That is another Delegate Smith. Senado, quite Hanana Tita down, Delgiso, or Squeegee this so, Shani. Although Squeegee this so. Hot ashing hot lead or the filter. Added in Fiscal. So added you go about. But actually, the bad by your just so. Even as you are, is advantage. So I don't need that and deck at the Taka or that, so not on me. But I lost it. It's not at home. And there, just can't me. Squid out, I just keep it off. I don't only the say. But how long? They have to have chair logo. You would ask. That done the shade and the Edo is go. Idiot Elo, a sign. And I'm Kint Elo. I let the Zongo. The has on Yego Tragi. In number that ego, Lego in Nandi Hakosites is bedet ego. You had ashing in your who had a long sheet or so. Every casting the 1,000 sheet. And the buyer just using to done need a so sweet. Added the late the buyers tea in Nandeo des in the Hasinza des Igi buyers to Isha and the Lord of this. What that need a say. What Echo. Idea is what Elo or idea. And that could either to whatever and then Takalako RGC or whatever side it's at the hardest. The other one is my first question, that was the only question I had. It's just straight to the answer. That's all I need is just one simple question that I ask. Either or you just ask on it and nobody really won't open now and leave this one came to be I guess. So in that way. How much do we know about this? She thought, although I would say that I suggested to what my sister down Delegate Crowley is referring to, recommending that is to the educational part of it. If it's going to be educational, how do we go about it? I don't know what will be the purpose educating it. What is it? Quite to clarify and to have more knowledge and this by a very sensitive part of it, this discussion because the Lego like I said, as we need to say enough what's enough. You thought that enough Lego has out this how far we can go to. The way that the next or how far we can go if you can change it. Will be part of it or by just ego. I think we need some more clarification and understanding. So I would suggest that too. If somebody's gonna make a motion for that public hearing or any for the educational purpose. And the educators how long the dialogue has in this year, none he not thinking so. Even Yagi, keep it like that. So I just wanted to support that. I thought that how to Vice Chair Smith.
Turn the floor over to Honorable Brown.
Oh yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. Although Quaggy, since although I'm listening to my colleagues and some recommendations that are made, I would say that as legislatures, we are given this fundamental. We have been elected to make these very important decisions, even historic ones like this. I would say that why is it that same straight couples have the right that they have without question or without putting on public hearings. And, there's a lot of deficiencies in that also. The divorce rate is really high. There's a lot of children that are abandoned and they're in the system. We're all aware of them. That's a very important subject that if we're talking about the difference between same-sex couples and marriages, and if you look at straight couples and the wonderful rights that they have, even numerous times their vows are being broken and they're not being followed through by the fundamental laws that is set forth. I want to read something on page 3 on line 14, section E, where, the Navajo Nation also recognizes that in Oberfell versus Hodges, the Supreme Court of the United States ruled that the right to marry is a fundamental right inherent in the liberty of the person, and under due process and equality protection clauses of the 14th Amendment, couples of the same sex may not be deprived of that right and that liberty. And the reason why some of our people hide who they are born as is the shame and the hate crimes that happen. I know in the last council in a very important legislation, I myself was called out on the council floor as queer and faggot in a demeaning way, and no one stood up for me. It was something that there were pictures I've requested, and those are the things that happen to our LGBTQ community. The amount of sometimes molestation that happens, the abuse that majority in cases are Navajo men that do this. And these are some things that happen that we have yet to fail to address by this council. There are serious infringes that happen, and suicide rates are probably the highest, not just in Native American, not just as Dene, but as openly gay individuals. We are targeted and shamed, and the rights reflect that. We do not have those rights. We do not have that same equal. That's, again, look at DOJ and one of the employees. He left because that same right as straight couples, he could not get the health insurance for his husband. We are losing people. Why is it that other straight couples, no one is questioning them? No one is saying anything type close to a hearing or going to a touch or anything like that. This is really upsetting that if that's what I'm hearing is this comparison, and it's not fair that the LGBTQ community, we have to constantly tell our story and why we should be seen as humans, as Dene. Why do we have to defend, and why do we have to explain who we love and according to these documents? And yes, we're in a colonial, adversarial 3-branch government, and that's why we have to jump through these hoops. So we can have the same voice, so we can protect others. And as elected legislatures, I would say that we are the body that can make this decision. And I would encourage my my colleagues in the Budget and Finance Committee to vote on this. Equit topansis kesot na nel ish aje khait bahanet khashit aje ke to bahwint in the khashit aje khashine na da isihinde dokut edabed nida khashit aje la ba chinya dahadi kaho o hot to bahwint in the khaishna aja hot abit big ebich in the isla don't lays el and then tabede keda de kodo zen en big e dest inge ajbik est ki in de don de khait an da be de kedo e naspel ta heljish ajish khait kut alt fona bech hund do hot be bahaz ko kojenat le ni tleni aji kut ni hi e do hot bankik e dest e do bank ha ya do fin zini hot be geld ke ko hodi yo edis do unlede da ost gi hot ya da hadne. So again, colleagues, again, I can tell you my own story, and as an openly gay person sitting on the Navajo Nation Council, it takes. I'm glad that my father, who is a very traditional man, told me, "Shana, you earlier mentioned the nek the nini shishje ado yo iskatado." Adenek eche yo to the zendo aja put up with the besh mas an hashil so ka nal one there. A shnigo a nehi dit an this chin. Do a kite adan this chinda. Nijonon this chin. It's a based enigit. I did ask what the net nada is the side or nada is the ask for a skate up on sen case. Did has we in loan this chin a yan and the case be we after this. According to the tlini ajut an this chinig a sani na halo aja yo beje bejo ba aza hut aye for ase nedo ajut abehi after shidotni. It was a beautiful way that my father, as a very traditional person, explained to me that as a gay person that I am born perfectly, that I can lead logically with my mind as the way he understood that men lead and how he was taught by our traditional men. And then how as a woman leads from the heart with compassion, that I have that as well, both in me, that I'm going to lead my people with both, with logic and heart. And I'm glad that my father did also tell this to my very traditional family in Western Agency outside Kayenta and Tinkihikat. And my families have been witnesses to this. And I'm very fortunate that when I got to know my father after I graduated high school, my father taught me and how, as being a gay person, that how I will lead my people. Your nation will be your baby. You might never give biological birth, but by the virtues, the fundamental rights of being Janneh, you will either be a Hatati or a Natani Shadotni. Ekut Ashabeshich and Dodon Zonoshich how it say the Ado Zaslahat the Shije Nacho Hushilada. Sae Hashil so Nileda Belakana Ben Antkin. The other Hashil so Nihil boarding school area. A did Edanka that know that the Aja Hashil so als Ankin Nisoyan the clip. That the United States government continues to try to force themselves on our fundamental way of being as Janneh. A coho, a what ansh and so. Odi kodo na o kahege, o hot abes, not Nelchananta. It is such an emotional, wonderful subject for me to address this. It is such an honor and a privilege. And I know all of us feel the same way about so many. And right, it's a beautiful day. And I'm going to continue to support this because I know it will save so many of our people. I know it is it is time that we are all equal. Dikwegi, other delegates mentioned that my mind is not made up, or it is or is not. I would say that, explain and dismantle to me. Just that one subject, I think you will know exactly where your heart and your soul, how it will vote. But yeah, Dikwegi, nados kidi do kodo da isenil do ashin kodo be la ditle do din nasil sketch do les. Ako yeah shananta Eugene so kwegi kut be khasi do les.
Vice Chair, I'll give it again.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Kodom. Delegate again. And I defer to Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
Yes, it's a all the members of the Budget and Finance Committee. All the IELT. All Shin, all the delegate. So, guess just been out so things so even that's by IELT. So that's the reason why I was asking the sponsor. Hey, I didn't say anything about the history. Don't about all I said was just one simple question. Yeah, there's one question. I didn't say what's the difference? Physically, I guess that's when it gets very sensitive to answer that. Delegate Brown, so they mentioned my name again. They mentioned it to me that I was the one that's asking all these questions about today's and society's how it goes. There's one question. I haven't get the answer yet. So even from Mr. Netdale, he didn't answer my question. So even here, so even like this kidness or other than that, because of how people live and how these straight people with the needle. I'm not asking about that. How the marriage goes and I thought in like this kid, so nobody hasn't given me an answer yet. So given that I'll vote on so.
International Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Nadine, it was answered the best that the sponsor could, and so she went ahead. With this, committee members, are we ready to vote? Yes, there's no further questions.
Chairman Haniel, this is Delegate Crotty.
Ms. Nanta, you have the floor.
Yes, Chairman, I did ask regarding a referendum, and that wasn't completely answered, or is the recommendation an amendment to add the referendum language? Chair Haniel, thank you.
I believe now, when I could just hear it, conversation, even though I was in contact here and there, I do believe that Delegate Eugene So answered that, but it'd be up to the committee or council to make that amendment to the legislation. But in the meantime, I'll defer back to sponsors. Delegate Eugene So regarding a referendum. Could you please respond to that, Delegate Eugene So?
Oh, the latter kiddy and it attain of it. Hoslan other Tasili would a question with course to Judge Livingston doesn't see Lado great about short and needed even not out of the state. The up the hearing though referendum in the Naviga on this short out Francis Kiss what is on Cinder. actually because it seems that this is the only legislation. At every word is look at every T and every I. See the O we circle rack. Call this is Halet Aya on C case all this. The referendum Ilya. I think it's and there are all reasons why we ask these questions, and they're called to all against and favor. Even now, I saw questions or a lot of questions are asked. So, what are the points? Just case you referendum, you or maybe got be you can see I can't talk about it. In fact, she's on she need cater 10 6 minutes or that one she case. So, down to case beyond that's a teacher. So, now, even now, the legislation don't people card, so 8 has on the Iliad. Even now, 8 referendum, you don't need it. Honestly, council will not see 3 years ago. I say that me because I'm a council delegate now, even though before me make that legislation and approve it. But as a council delegate, I'm part of it. So so that is so we actually metal some of the it's not shipping this not. Called now the not you to ya shon ko I done this is that I need petition section so that referendum is now for 3 that 8 for 3 need 8 she now says no. So we want to push forward without the referendum. Thank you.
Thank you, National for your response. So what's your point of order, Delegate Elmer Peavegate?
My point of order was that the way the answer is that I believe that right now the question is putting on the question was put in the this Sunday referendum. So the way I'm hearing from Delegate So is that he's making his own decision now not to do that. Not the people. So that's the way I understand it. That was my point of order. So.
Delegate Elmer Peavegate, Delegate Eugene So as the sponsor, if he wishes to push forward without going to the referendum process, that is his own decision to make. But like you said, though, when it comes to the Budget and Finance Committee, the legislation becomes the Budget and Finance Committee for the consideration. And if there is a committee decides that they want to go the route of a referendum, that's the prerogative of the committee. If it goes to the next level at Naval or the council itself. So with that, hopefully the question as far as the referendum has been answered by the sponsorship and Delegate Eugene. So with this, we'll move forward to any further questions or comments.
Delegate again.
This is Delegate Brown.
Delegate Elmer Peavegate.
If I'm in order, Chair Henry, I'll go ahead and make a motion to put this legislation and maybe the amendment, to add an amendment to this legislation by the Budget and Finance Committee to have that is to go to the referendum vote for the people. Yeah.
Excuse me, this is Miss Barbara. Can I find
Miss Barbara, hold on, please. Please have some. Let me finish with my response. Delegate Elmer Peavegate. As far as making amendments to legislation, you need to work with Legislative Council to put forth the language before the committee. Have you done that yet? Okay, so I guess that's the step that we need to follow is if there are any amendments. And you need to work with Legislative Council to get the amendment language moving, and that were presented to the committee for consideration. Ms. Barbara?
That's Dana Barba.
I apologize. I'd gotten muted. I also apologize for interrupting you, Chair Hinya. It will be extremely complicated to change this legislation into a referendum. There are many discrete details that have to be included in a referendum legislation. So yes, the council could approve a referendum to take this issue to the people. Office of Legislative Counsel gives you a very firm advice that attempting to change this legislation, 0108-22, into a referendum is going to be very complicated and very full of challenges. So I just want to give that a heads up. My recommendation is that if Delegate Elmer Begay is wanting to go forward with this amendment, Office of the Legislative Counsel, it will not be possible for us to get that amendment language ready and consistent with the election code today. Thank you, Chair. Back to you.
Thank you, Ms. Barba, for that information and the guidance. So therefore, Naval Budget and Finance Committee, hopefully that answers the questions about the referendum. So with this, Naval Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Oh, yeah, Dana, yeah. Thank you, Dana, for that explanation. I was just going to say, Chair, that as legislatures, any of us can drop a legislation for a referendum. So thank you for the explanation that this would be extremely hard to change that. But when I listen to our LGBTQ community, they are urging this body to continue with this legislation 0108-22 the way it is, giving some solace, even again, I cannot stress the amount of how, this morning in the prayer, and then also we acknowledge, this unfortunate incident with a bus accident. And that's something that's out of control. But right now, this body, the 24th Navajo Nation, has control of, and I'm saying this because I have done a lot of suicide walks, that when the body acts, even in organized church, etc., that people tend to take their lives who are struggling with their identity, the way they're born, because of what society norms and puts out there. So when we talk about that we are praying for our people, and this is what a lot of our people are asking for. And again, to the 24th Navajo Nation Council, the executive branch and judicial branch, and all chapters, everywhere, every year, the third week of June, we have passed the third week of June to be the Pride Week. And that's when the week is set aside to really provide education on Navajo LGBTQ individuals, that they are just right out here, even outside the council chambers. There have been numerous drag shows, there have been presentations, there have been college organizations, high school organizations that have come forward and provided so much information and detail, and looking at Senate Bill 788. So we have been educating this body for a very long time, all the way from 2005 and even before that. It is time that we act on this legislation. So I would urge, and I would even, as legislatures, any of us can drop this legislation. Right now, we're entertaining this legislation, and I think it's a perfect time for this. Again, I'm getting these text messages that, and again, the story from the young man at the Untitled Chapter house on his tears and just wanting even some sort of recognition that he exists and that he is somebody, that he is contributing to society, and that he deserves love. And a legislation like this, and I don't know how else to explain it, that this legislation moving forward, once approval without taking it apart, it will really help save some of our people. So I'm saying this firsthand, my own personal experience. I am not just also talking about other experiences. I'm speaking about the hurt and the pain that I've went through. I'm talking about healing. I'm not talking about third person. I'm not talking about anyone else but myself and what I've heard collecting data with so many other people out there and listening to other tribes. I've been on panels, numerous panels throughout the United States talking about this. And I'm hearing from our people, that's where I'm talking about also. So with asking this body, the Budget and Finance Committee, the 5 other members, I'm asking for to leave this legislation the way it is and to have it move forward.
Carryovers, just Delegate McGay. For your comments. As Budget and Finance Committee, we spent several hours on this legislation, and the questions are being repetitive now. So, Delegate Elmer P. McGay. Chair Henio, Delegate McGay, Nana. I'd like to make an amendment, make a motion to table this legislation until the referendum language is developed. Motion district, Chair Henio. If I'm in order, I'll go ahead and do that because, like you said, that our elderly that we say they're still living out there. I think as a female, I should call it the separation of the Japanese, and I think that. So through that, maybe I think to make this motion is to table this until the referendum language is developed.
Question of privilege, Delegate Brown.
Hold on, please hold on. Delegate Elmer P. McGay, in your motion to table, when you say referendum language has been developed, we need a timeline, a definite timeline of how much time. So even in case of, let me go to Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Question of privilege.
Yes, my question is, my point of privilege, question of privilege is after the explanation of Chief Legislative Counsel, Ms. Barbroff, that changing this current legislation the way it is, changing it to referendum would be next to impossible. So I would urge the body to vote this to be tabled, to wait for that language. It's not going to help our people. It's just going to hurt a lot of us.
What's your point, I haven't recognized the tabling motion yet. So Delegate Elmer P. McGay, what's the definite timeline?
I don't know how long the legislation, the referendum languages can take. So I would refer to maybe ask Dana 30 days or 60 days.
Legislative Council, there's a question posed by Delegate Elmer P. McGay.
Thank you. This is Ms. Bobroff. So take a minimum of 30 days. 30 days, I will, I guess, assign it to outside counsel, but I think we can probably do it in 30 days.
Thank you, Dana, for the response. Legislative council is thinking 30 days minimum.
Okay, I'll go with that 30 days and to table this item or legislation.
The motion by Delegate Elmer P. Brigade to table this legislation for 30 days is recognized. And is there a second? There's a motion to table on the floor. Is there a second going once?
A second, Delegate Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knudsen, second. So there's a motion and a second to table for 30 days, and with instructions to Legislative Council to construct language to amend this to referendum. So this move to table motion doesn't require any debate. Question privilege. Question privilege. Before I call for the question. Question Smith.
Chair Smith, question privilege.
Chair Smith, I'm recognizing you.
Thank you, Chair Henyo. Question of privilege is we're not the final authority, and if now becomes up before 30 days, this moves forward. Is that the way I understand it, or is it going to stay here with budget and finance for 30 days and then finally go to NAVCAS? No question of privilege.
Let's just make as we've experienced in previous legislation. Even though a committee tables the legislation, it is up to the sponsor to honor the tabling motion or to move forward with it to the next committee level. So it'd be up to Delegate Eugene So to on his legislation after this committee action. So there is a motion and second on the floor. Ramona Tabley, motion, roll call.
Yes, Chairman Henyo, roll call for the tabling motion. The roll call vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Red.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote red too.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Honorable Amber Knudsen, how do you vote?
This is Delegate Crotty. I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Knudsen votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes red in disappointment. So for our children, let's hope they'll be okay.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Chairman, we have 2 members voting in the affirmative, 3 opposing, and Chairman not voting. Chairman?
Okay, thank you. Tabling motion, 2 in favor, 3 opposed. Tabling motion fails. So with that, back to the main motions, Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions or comments? I'll call for the question if there are no further questions, comments. Christina, let's move to a roll call vote to accept the resolution 108-22 with no amendments. Ramona, roll call vote.
Chairman Henyo, roll call vote for the main motion. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Red.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I want to clarify to make sure that if I'm voting red, this legislation means I'm not supporting the legislation. Therefore, I'll vote red if I'm voting correct.
Yes, Honorable Jimmy Yellow Hair votes red. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty. How do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Yes, too. Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty, how do you vote?
I vote red. Delegate Begay was me.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes red. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty, how do you vote?
Shabbat, this is Delegate Amber Kenneth Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty votes green. Chairman, we have 2 members voting in the affirmative, 3 opposing. Chairman not voting. Chairman?
Ramona for the roll call vote. 2 in favor, 3 opposed. Chair not voting. With this vote, the legislation fails the Budget and Finance Committee. Therefore, it moves forward to Navigated Committee. Delegate Eugene So, and Dr. Danette Dale, and Kodoya Budget and Finance Committee. We have one more action item on the agenda, which is approving a travel to attend the Resource and Development Committee's annual update meeting with the CKP Insurance for updates on the drought insurance. So is there a motion?
Delegate Brown will motion.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown motion. Is there a second?
Delegate Yellow Hair, motion second.
Delegate Jimmy Yellow Hair second. So we do have a motion and second on the floor. And so although what will happen is Peggy will develop the ORT for the committee, and those other committee members, if you wish to attend the update meeting, just let Peggy know, and then we could go from there. So are there any questions or comments regarding the travel request to attend the meeting? And Peggy, if you would, please send out logistical information, the information you received from Mr. Rodney Tahi, as far as the meeting location, times, and so forth. At this roll call vote for the motion second. Ramona?
Chair Henny, Delegate Brown with a question. What were the dates again? Thank you.
The date is September 2nd, Friday, this coming Friday. And as far as I know, it's at the Sandia Casino meeting rooms. And I don't know what time it starts. So that's why I was asking Peggy to send out the logistical information. But it'll be this Friday on September 2nd.
Chair Henio, this is Peggy.
Peggy?
Usually those meetings start about 8 or 8:30, and they'll be at the Sandia Casino conference area. And I will need information from the delegates if they want to have a room at the hotel. So I need to have that information right away so that I can get that information to CKP staff. And then I will forward any information. I've been trying to get the email from CKP, but they haven't responded. The RDC advisor and chair of RDC instructed me to work with CKP on that because That's usually the protocol that we've been following with them. So just letting you know on that, and I'll keep you guys dated. I'm gonna keep everyone dated on that.
Yeah, thank you, Peggy. But if you do get something in writing, please send that out to the committee. Now with that, let's move forward to a roll call vote. Ramona?
Yes, Chairman, roll call vote on the motion. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott Crotty, how do you vote?
This is Delegate Cardi. I'll vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Yeah, that's it. Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing. Chairman not voting. Chairman?
Thank you. Motion carries 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Although with this, we do have one more business to tend to before I call for an adjournment. Legislative Council, have you sent the directive language over to Peggy for the committee's consideration?
Yes, I have, Mr. Chair.
Kushina, there was a directive requested by Shnanta Delegate Amber Kenneth-Bott Crotty. So Peggy, if you read the legislation, the directive into the record.
Okay.
Peggy?
Yes, sir. I've got it. It says Budget and Finance Committee Directive related to legislation number 0152-22 and capital projects funding shortfalls to Division of Community Development, Office of Management and Budget, the Office of the President, Vice President. The above listed divisions and offices shall meet as soon as possible to discuss and develop a comprehensive and detailed list of all funding shortfalls for capital projects on the Navajo Nation, and to prepare a list of recommendations for changes to Navajo Nation laws, regulations, policies, and procedures that will address these shortfalls. The Division of Community Development shall present a report to the Navajo Nation Council when this legislation number 0152-22 is up for consideration by the council.
Thank you, thank you for the reading. Shnanta Delegate Amber Kenneth-Bott Crotty. Delegate Amber Kenneth-Bott Crotty.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I apologize. I was muted. Chair, I'd like to make a motion for this directive. Thank you.
Kushina, there is a motion on the floor for the directive. Is there a second?
Second, Delegate Begay.
Shnanta Delegate Elmer P. Begay, second. So we do have a motion and a second on the floor. Any questions, comments on the directive? This one request Delegate Amber Kenneth-Bott Crotty is to modify to include the Office of the Controller because they handle these contracts and the payments and so forth. So that's just a request from me.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'll modify.
Kushina, Shnanta Delegate Elmer P. Begay, modification.
Oh.
Kushina,
With that, Peggy, if you would put that modification into the directive to add the Office of the Controller.
Chair Hideo, also when Shadeja, Ms. Crotty made the directive after Amendment 3 was voted on, she indicated something about project management and the chapters, how to address with the chapters, that chapters should do their own project management. Something to that effect was what Shadeja stated.
Okay, thank you for the reminder, Peggy. So this, Delegate Amber Canes-Balcarty, any comments regarding that?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I did recommend that, and I just try to encapsulate that recommendation under, the policy amendments. But I'll defer to the committee if I need to specify that. But that would be one of the intents, to look at how could some of the chapters do their own project management. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And your comments also would be part of the record. And therefore, so Peggy, when you're referencing the directive, also reference the notation about part of the discussion would be how chapters could be their own project managers. Peggy?
I was interrupted by some noise over here, technical noise or something. Can you state that again, please?
As you're sending the directive out after the committee votes on it to the appropriate programs or individuals, note that as part of the record there was references to working with the chapters, and chapters could be considered to be their own project managers.
Okay, this is going to go out as in a memorandum form, so I will need your signature, Chair.
Agushina, yeah, I should be in the area tomorrow morning. Thank you for that. So if there are no further questions or comments, roll call vote to accept the directive. Ramona?
Yes, Chairman, roll call vote on accepting the directive. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellow here, excuse me, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellow here, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Canes-Balcarty.
Delegate Yellow hair votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellow hair votes green. Honorable Amber Canes-Balcarty, how do you vote?
This is Delegate Claudia, vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Canes-Balcarty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing. Chairman not voting. Chairman?
5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Directive passes. Then with that takes care of all of our action items. Our last item is a motion to adjourn, close the session. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Delegate Yellow.
Motion to adjourn.
Delegate Jimmy Yellow here, a motion. Second by Delegate Nathaniel Brown. We do have a motion and second on the floor to adjourn. If there are no further comments or questions, I'll call for the question to adjourn. Ramona, roll call vote to adjourn.
Yes, Chairman, roll call vote for the adjournment. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellow hair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bockrati, how do you vote?
How about green? How about green?
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bockrati, how do you vote?
Shudder, this is Delegate Amber Kenneth-Bockrati. I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bockrati votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
How about green?
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmatives or opposing. Chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Chairman?
For your roll call vote, it is 325, or it's actually 425. We are officially adjourned with a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. The Budget and Finance Committee for a good, productive meeting. We are adjourned.
Thank you, Budget Committee members. Tomorrow, the NABI goes into session at 10 o'clock, just letting you all know. And the budget legislation will be added to the agenda for consideration.